What's going on, guys? Everybody here? Making sure everything should be all right. How's my audio sound? I tried to make sure that I messed around with it a little bit earlier. I thought I gotta get a little... actually kick it up a notch. Hey, man, what's up? What's up? What's up? First time making a live stream. Love your videos. Thanks, man. Live POE stream. Yeah. Got it right here. Got it right here. Got it right here. There we go. I actually completely forgot about this. To be real. So I didn't oh.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Love it.
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
You know, there's just a certain level of maturity. Like, this game's not afraid to be made for like a genuinely adult audience. You know what I mean? I don't know how to say it any better than that.
Captain. Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
I love seeing them move into cinematics. I think it's really cool.
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not.
I love that it's kind of giving me like, it's giving me like the same vibes as like the Diablo 4, the Diablo 4 reveal trailer, but the difference is that like I know that this game is going to meet the tone of its trailer. You know what I mean? And I think that's probably one of the reasons. Like, for me, that's shit. For me, that's what gets me hyped. That's not a high bar. Well, yeah.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Bro, I'm sorry. If somebody handed me like a spherical object and I pressed a button on it and it like tentacles started coming out.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Like if I was handed a spherical object and all of a sudden tentacles came out of it, I'd have been like, ew, and dropped it. But homie's like, what is this? So cool, man. So cool. I'm so fucking pumped. I'm so pumped. Dude, I would have thrown that object. I would have thrown it like a mile.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
I love it.
Some have said,
Hardly, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
to this I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Man. I really love the like map diversity that they're showing off already. Looking good, man.
We are faced with the end.
I don't even have anything to say. I just keep looking at it. It just looks so damn good. Like, I'm being a really bad like React streamer right now, but it just looks so sick, dude.
Those who obsess with death,
Hardly, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that.
let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced POE2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character
Knowing
progression
them, it's going to be
systems, and for
far
the first
more
time,
than what
a
people
full overview of
first
the
imagined it
endgame.
would be.
This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out
Free to
sentences
play?
of
That's
death
right,
to any
baby.
who would question him.
That's right. Subbed
And
after
this is
watching
where
your
you find
Warframe is a
yourself at
wake-up
the
call.
start
How's your day
of
going? It's
POE2.
good, man. It's good.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains
Oh no.
of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenges
They're in New Zealand, right? They're on that. They're on
monsters,
on
hidden
that
rooms,
like an
lost
island
camps and
Wi-Fi.
treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption,
Oh God.
the source of all this
There it
devastation.
goes. Okay. Save.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping
Man,
momentum.
it's lagging so bad.
Like all classes in
Oh,
POE2,
save? No.
you'll want to use a
Every
wide
time you
variety
think
of
it's
skills to
saved,
mix and
it's
match
not.
different combos.
Oh no. Oh no. Are they gonna go? Oh my God.
Get
Is-
new skills, you'll
I'm
first
so
need to
afraid-
find skill gems.
I'm so afraid the whole
Using a
stream's
skill
gonna
gem will
drop.
open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE2. You can choose an existing.
Yeah, there it is. I was like, damn, dude. Damn, that Stalker 2 FPS. I know, man. I know. That's so funny. The thing is that, like, keep in mind, like, they're all the way in, like, New Zealand, right? So it's like, it's, yeah, like, you're like, look at, holy shit, gifted subs. Man, they're popping off over there. Kuro Kenshi, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Slide the chat over. Yeah, I can do that. I need to download POE1 when I get home. How have you not played POE1? I'll warn you though, if you play Path of Exile 1, it is it's rough to get used to. I hate to say it, it's one of the very few games that have ever forced me to actually have to like look at other material or something like that. I've had to. It just is what it is. Like, for any of you guys that have watched any of like my wake up call videos or any of my like review videos, I try to do my best to remain like as spoiler free as possible. I try to, you know, learn how to play the game myself. And Path of Exile is one of the very few games where like I had to play with a guide. I just couldn't figure it out on myself. Like I tried many times actually. Like I think like over the course of like 6 or 7 years, I tried it a couple of different times. And I'd always fail to get through the campaign just because I couldn't get a build online. I'm just not one of those guys, man. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm not sitting there with a spreadsheet pulling everything and putting it all together and whatnot. That's just not me. Yeah. Technical difficulties. Can't wait for the game. I mean, the game is a completely different story. This is their internet over where they're at more than anything else. If there's one company that I can have faith that I'm not going to have any technical difficulties with when it comes to their game, it's going to be them.
And tends to harness.
Now they're like skipping the
There
video.
are 21 active skills for quarter staves.
All right,
So
we're
this
back.
just
We're back.
scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of POE2.
This is where you
Explore
start.
the dark
Found
forests of
yourself.
Ogum.
Okay.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden rooms, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
So cool.
It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But
The fact that you
you'll
need to
to
do
pick
all
a
the
class.
story again, the story sucks ass. I think the story was interesting
Now,
enough.
early access will initially have
I don't
6
really mind
classes
playing
available.
through campaigns
Let's
on
have
these
a
kind of
look at them.
games.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in POE2, you'll want to use
I have
a
something
wide
really,
variety of
really
skills
cool to
mix
talk
and
about
match
after we're
different
done with all
combos.
this. Don't let me forget about it.
To get new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE2.
Okay.
You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one.
I love
Since
that.
this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning,
Them
ice,
doing that with their gem system basically
and
takes
wind.
away all of the
But don't think you have to
all
stick
the
to
headache
just one.
around like skill
The
gems and
best
support
combos are
gems.
going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use killing palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack.
Very cool.
The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being
What kind of
stunned,
PC
you
do
can
I
use
have?
staggering palm to punch them down.
3080
After
and
that, any
70
attack you do will
Ryzen
shoot out
7
wind
7800.
projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarter staves.
Oh, Stalker 2. I haven't
So this
played it yet.
just
We're gonna play it
scratches the surface
after
of the options that you
Nuke.
have.
We talk about a bunch of
By
stuff
endgame,
today.
you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
I love the idea of like genuine
Now, if you
combo
like a style
attacks
of
in
melee
a
that's little slower, but hits
ARPG. I
much
think it's really
harder,
cool.
And the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
It's so cool making it where
Among
you're
the skill option for maces,
I'll
you
let
will
him
find
finish,
a
hold
variety
on.
of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack.
That's cool.
The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness.
Oh, that's sick, actually.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In POE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Ooh.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access.
I really like, I just want to say this before I forget it. I really like how if you guys are watching the gameplay and like seeing how they're interacting with the fights and stuff like that, like the movement is playing such a huge role in the gameplay, like in a meaningful way. And like, I think like games have tried to like, you know, incorporate dodges and blinks and stuff like that. But I think that the way that they're using movement in
Any slam
this is
skill in your
huge.
repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by
Dude,
endgame,
Warrior
you're gonna
looks
be dropping
sick,
hammer
man.
from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In POE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat.
Very cool.
Bow skills have a variety
Being
of
able to, like,
lightning,
flip
poison,
over enemies
ice,
and
and
stuff.
physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of
Man,
arrows. Be they
it's
falling from
crazy,
the
like
sky,
watching all
bouncing
this
around
different
between
class
enemies, or
gameplay.
spraying
I'm
out
having a,
tornadoes.
like it gets more and more difficult to choose like what I
You
would
might
want to
have
start
noticed in
with.
the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In POE2, you
sorry.
have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill
Go in
enemies,
these right here.
and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for.
What's up,
Charms
Wolfie?
are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm.
It's giving you
When it's fully
XCOM
charged,
2
it will make you
flashback.
immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not
For
only
some
that,
odd reason,
there are
they
a wide
keep saying
variety
it
of more
plays like
interesting
a
elemental ammos
first-person
too.
shooter. Like they've
It's
said that a
very
few
fast to
times,
switch
but
between
like I've heard
ammo
them talk
types, as
about
long
it
as
in
you
like the
already
other
have them
videos and
loaded,
stuff that they have.
which makes the
But
Mercenary
it
able to
reminds me
combo
more of
abilities
like
together
a
with
twin stick
devastating
shooter.
effect.
It's still cool as shit though.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive
That's
AoE
so
damage.
crazy, dude.
If I come across an armored
That's
enemy,
so
I can use
crazy.
armor
Like, the
piercing rounds to
interactivity
break
of
their
this
armor,
game is
and then
wild.
high velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to
maybe this
enemies
is
that
more
hit
like
you,
class-specific
or Raging
ones?
Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These
Hell
minions
yeah.
will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here,
So
I'm using
good.
the skill screen to allocate which
Metal is
minions I
bug,
would
it is
like in my
metal.
horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger
Very
army,
cool.
you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you
Even
want an
more
even bigger
friends.
army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
I really like playing
The
minion
Sorceress
builds,
bends
so
the
it's
elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on
it's
her
tough to be
foes.
able to pick, man.
This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry
It's
of
tough.
elemental magic from afar.
I also really like Sorceress.
The elemental skills
Like,
have everything you might
like
expect
wizards
and
and
more.
stuff like that.
Fireballs, icy
I will be the Lich
explosions,
King.
lightning
There you go.
storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements.
By
For example,
GP, you can't handle
Flame Wall
minion
conjures
builds.
a
Yeah, that's
burning
probably
line
true
that
for a
not
lot
only
of people,
damages enemies,
actually.
but also empowers all projectiles that pass
Especially
through
with
it.
like how much of a like
If you place a
massive
wall and fire lightning sparks
graphic
through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
update this is to POE.
It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, Those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills.
6.
Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions.
Love how
You can
Jonathan
use all
narrates
these
his
skills
videos.
on
Yeah.
any class, so long as you
We're
have
gonna
the
add
attributes.
6 more? 12 total
For example,
classes? That's
a poison
crazy,
ranger might want to
dude.
try out using
That
occult
sounds
curses
serious.
to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross
AAA gaming's already dead, man. You don't have to kick them while they're down.
Things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build
You don't
customization,
have-
and we
they're
haven't even
already
scratched
dead.
the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
No wonder it's been delayed for years.
Path of
They've been
Exile
working
2
on it for
is a
like
system
6
of
years,
support
right?
gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a
How long is the
support gem,
stream?
then right
Mine or
will
this
open
one?
up the
This
screen.
one probably like a half hour, an hour.
Here you will find a variety
Mine,
of recommended
8,
support gems for each
7.
of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill.
That's cool.
Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
Oh, so you can't have
Now,
like
if you want to stick to the
multiple
recommendations, you should have a
multi-split
perfectly good time. But if you
gems
want to
on everything.
experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Oh, that's cool.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
People are gonna break this game.
Now, all of this is just scratching the surface.
I love the
You can
gen
make
menu,
frost
so easy to
vortexes,
navigate.
break people's
Yeah,
armor,
well, not
make
only that,
minions
but like it's
explode,
gonna make
make
it so
skills
much more
repeat.
approachable for new players. It's not even funny.
Make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking
I'll
of
do that.
builds, let's talk
I'll
about one
do
of the
that.
most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
No, really?
But try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Literally the best
Now,
change
the tree is
ever.
generally divided up into clusters which
The
have similar
best
themes.
change ever.
In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the Mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
That's cool.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that
really
more
cool.
likely. Note that even though this is in the Mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
Oh man, that'd be
In order to get
crazy.
between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
Like I'm immediately thinking of like a sorceress, like bouncing a fireball off a wall, or like fireballs piercing enemies and then bouncing off walls and
Notables,
stuff.
you
would
will
be
also
so
find
cool.
even larger
Path of
passives
Exile
called
2
keystones.
fonts.
Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield
Quadruple A
two-hand
Ubisoft
weapons in
EA
a single
torture
hand,
stream, it is,
but
yeah.
doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding.
That's weird.
As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly.
That's definitely one
as
of
you
those
use
things that
certain
like I don't think
skills.
I'd be able to figure out myself.
One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree
this is
change
really
as you
cool.
switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could
That's
switch
super
between
cool.
one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
Oh, that's cool.
You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the
I
map,
love
you
the
can
map.
see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find.
Yeah.
Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance.
That's
One of the most important finds are
you can
spirit
literally just
bosses.
go and do like
You
mini
can find
boss
the first one
hunting
here
and stuff
in the
like that.
canopy in Act 1.
Like
Defeat
what-
the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of Spirit. The
Very
permanent
cool.
buffs you gain from Spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them. So make
Yeah.
sure you hunt down these upgrades.
Yeah.
There's one in each act.
Yeah, see, I think that's really cool that you're gonna have the ability just to like pull up the map. The map is now useful, which is really nice, right? I think that's gonna be cool. But
Into
being
4
able to go
rarity
and hunt
groups.
those permanent buffs
Normal,
would be sick.
magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with one mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of
crazy.
6 mods.
Oh my god.
One of the things we think is
I
really
hope you like
important is to make these
customization.
options
Is this
available to
yeah,
use
this is
as you play.
POE2.
All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Okay.
Another important area of crafting items in POE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb.
Oh,
This
to
will allow
add a
you to add
socket?
sockets to your existing items.
Very cool.
Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
Yeah, so you're basically getting full refund on anything you're doing
If
to
you
a lot
don't
of
want
this
to
gear.
disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky.
Yeah, it requires the internet
Gold is
connection.
also used
it's
to
a live
respec your
service game.
passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now,
So
all
they
items in Path of
pulled that
Exile are
from,
freely
Settlers
tradable.
of Cal-Gur.
We never
That's
bind
really cool,
anything to your
man.
character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly
Oh
generated.
yeah, I think
but there's
POE2.
another
I think
type that
POE
is
will still be fine. I think plenty of
uniques.
people will still be
They are
playing
especially
POE.
rare, each
Keep
with
in
a
mind,
handcrafted
they're
set
gonna be
of
rotating,
unusual
like-
mods which can dramatically change a character's build.
Oh, that's
They're
cool.
not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing
That's
you into
sick.
sand as you teleport past your foes.
I want it.
And of course,
It
some
looks
uniques
so
are just
cool.
pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a
Dude.
potential use at endgame.
Are they able to do all
even
this
if you find them
financially?
early on.
Because they're fucking
And as
rolling
you
in
can
cash.
see, every single unique item comes with custom art to
People love their
match.
games. What is this? This is full side
The
and
last
under boot.
character
What is
progression
that?
system that you can
Is that
do
allowed
during
on
the
the? Is
campaign
that allowed in
is
games
Ascension.
today?
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character.
Okay.
Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a Sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements.
Dude, that
Tempest
looks so
Caller
sick.
causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill.
Just set them on
Alternatively, you could
fire
become a
and cause them to be in
Chronomancer
shock at
and
the same
command
time.
time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer
That one
or
seems a
the
little
Titan.
busted.
The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
Okay.
With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can
So
ignore
it's
the cooldowns
basically
of
you
your
can
war cries.
you can basically play like a
Let all that
shaman
anger
build. Warrior.
The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40%
I love
more
the
damage.
effects, man. Like flames look like flames. It's so
As
good.
a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style.
Graveborn,
With
thank you for the
endless
prime, man.
munitions,
Appreciate that.
every attack gains an extra projectile.
Yeah, these visual effects
With
are
Gathering
insane.
Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while
Very
overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
I might play Ranger.
Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Part of me is like going
The
against
Witch can
my
ascend into the Infernalist
traditional-
or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can
Infernalist.
summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions
maybe
will
not.
ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants,
Oh my
which allow them to
God.
quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker. With elemental expression, the invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With faith as a choice,
insane,
you gain
dude.
the ability to meditate, allowing you
You
to
have a
double
druid.
your energy shield.
There's a druid that's going to be coming through
Choose
the game.
between
on,
I am the
on
Blizzard
full
or
release.
I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
It's part of the 6 classes.
And I Shall Rage will
Remember
allow
they
you
showed
to turn
they
into
showed it
an
in the
unbound
trailers
avatar.
earlier, like during its like reveal trailers.
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
Damn. Okay.
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
That's cool.
The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter.
Okay.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks.
Okay.
With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you
So
suck up more and more
cool,
support
dude.
gems.
It's so cool.
Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the
Everything
campaign.
looks busted. I love it. I know.
Each one is associated with one
I
of the
know.
major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
Okay.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to
Was
overcome.
I really just impressed by a
In this
door
room,
opening?
Each rare
Yes,
monster
I
you kill will
was.
send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters
Any
are
way
well
to hide the weird
telegraphed,
face
so
on
that
the
you can
left side
avoid
of
their
the
attacks, but if you run out of
screen?
honor,
Yeah, you
you
go
will
to a
fail the
different
trial
screen.
and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you
I
will
like
be
how
shown a
dark
map
it is,
of the
both
rest of the
literally and
floor,
figuratively,
and may
yeah,
choose how
me
you
too.
wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and
This is
strange
an existing
artifacts will
mechanic
test your
from
honor.
POE1, right?
As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of
This
the
is
rewards you
Labyrinth?
may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and to
Sanctum.
Marrakech.
That's what it is. That's the one I was
Trading
thinking
it
of.
with
It's
the
like
Jinn
Sanctum.
will allow you
That's
to
the,
receive
it's like the
many
roguelike.
benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
Yeah.
The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree.
Okay.
Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
That's cool.
While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum.
Oh.
Many have attempted these trials in search
So
of
you
greatness.
can basically do
Most have
Sanctum
perished.
or Ultimatum
Will you
to
be
do
able
your
to defy the odds? Before you begin each
to do
chamber,
your Ascension.
the Trial
That's so
Master
cool.
will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
This is so
As you
cool.
enter the room, the
And they're
Trial
gonna add a
Master will
third one.
fill it with hazards to test
just-
your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
I just like that they set up this game to make sure that you get to play it however you want to play it, rather than it being some like pre-designed, this is the only way to play the game and you have to play it the way that we designed it. Instead, they're just like, you know, ascend however you want, play the end game however you want, you know, play the game however you want, basically. It's so good, dude. Players appreciate player agency more than anything else nowadays.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards.
You think
but
they're
take
bringing
on
back
more
maps?
risk.
We'll find out.
Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time.
I found out something about POE. We're going to talk about it after this is all
To
done,
attack
though.
you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas,
I just love the
then you
look
can
of the
claim
game,
2 more
dude.
points.
I
to
love the
add to your
detail of the
Ascendancy
maps,
class.
the characters, the
Now,
abilities.
it's possible to
It
go
looks so
much
good.
deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Okay.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in POE2, people don't feel that
I
way.
wonder where they
And we
heard that
actually
from.
only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of POE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having Acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you
It's so
mostly care about
obvious,
is all the
but
in-game
it's
challenges to
so
overcome.
genius.
So several months ago, we switched the entire
So,
development team's focus over to making
How do you
in-game
keep
content.
making the right choice?
At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great
Again,
thing is,
AAA
the rest
in
of the game
shambles.
is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up.
Cool.
And of course, new rewards.
Cool.
You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once
Okay.
we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Very cool.
But what is
Smart.
the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
The man
This
responsible
is
for
the
making
Atlas,
digital crap.
and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click
Yeah, this
one that
is
is
the new
adjacent to an
Atlas.
area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The
Holy
monster
shit.
packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges.
Okay.
In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate
Okay.
the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get
Good
a
buff.
powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have
I
mechanisms
just love
to
that
unleash
there's like so
powerful
many things
spells
that
or
they can
dangerous
reuse from
debuffs.
POE1 that
There
still
are
make
different
it
types
like
of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency
Just because
items
they're
to
like
craft
such
them on the
well-done
fly,
mechanics.
so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
it's so cool. So it fogs the map and you
Sometimes
can't
you'll
even see
discover
where the
monsters
enemies are coming
frozen
from.
in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Very cool.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also
That works
drop
the
that
same
allow
way
you
as
to upgrade
Exorcist in the
magics to
first one, right?
rares,
But
adding
maybe a little bit more
guaranteed mod.
focused.
This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclass for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
More like a fucking 5-course meal.
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclass and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played POE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For POE2, we have created sequels to several POE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging
I only
with a
just till
breach,
recently figured out what this mechanic actually is.
And Rayclass.
In
order to keep the breach
POE1.
open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower.
Very cool.
This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining.
I love
Want
the
to do
idea of
more
a
breaches?
customizable
Find the
endgame.
tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open
I saw one for
longer.
extra experience
Often
gain
you
as
will
well.
find multiple
That's cool.
towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets.
Oh,
In your
okay.
fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you
Okay.
may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare.
Yo.
That are one. Fate relies truth.
Why is it that like hands for wings is so unsettling to look at? Like it's oddly nightmare-inducing.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of POE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself.
I
But
love the
rest assured,
complexity of mechanics.
This is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds.
Okay.
Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in
One tap.
Breakfast.
Full health. Yikes.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars.
Okay.
Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous
I take it
ones,
that
in
Ritual
addition
League
to
was
the
a pretty
ones you
popular
sacrificed
league, or
next
what?
to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a
Hopefully
bunch
they
more
bring
of
back
these with
Expedition
different
too.
effects, but we will leave them for you to discover.
Expedition
now, don't
is
forget that Ritual will also drop tablets,
Is
which can be used to
Expedition-
specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use
Is that
them. They
CALGER?
can
I
also
don't
be
know.
crafted to
I
grant
don't really know the
mods,
leagues
making
that
your
well.
rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can
Oh,
get
the
for
explosive
defeating
chests.
them,
Okay.
and you will gain
Yeah, I
points
know
in
what
the
you're talking
ritual
about now.
section of the Atlas tree.
Where it like branches
Some
out.
maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious
Delirium.
entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear.
Okay.
They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition.
Oh, there you go. Somebody asked for this.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these CAL-GURN
Somebody in chat
settlers.
just brought it up.
The CAL-GURNs have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The CAL-GURNs have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one
you
problem.
put them in like a line,
Corruption
right?
has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead.
See you later, man.
Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions.
There's so
and the
many things to
rewards.
do.
This one increases the radius
There's
of
so many
explosives,
things to do so
while this
so
one
quickly,
increases the
like,
number of remnants you
so
will
early
find.
on, and there's so much focus that
Eventually,
they're already
you
putting
might
into
discover a
Endgame.
logbook.
It's
These
wild.
are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful. Many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the
There's
Atlas.
so many
but we
things
are
to
not
do,
done yet.
I'm
The
overwhelmed.
trials we
Welcome
talked
to
about
POE.
earlier have much more content when you get to Endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get
I
higher
totally
level
misheard
coins
him.
for the
I thought he
trial
just
of
I
the
thought he said
Sycamores, you will
just
unlock
wait till
more
you get to
floors
Endgame
explore.
2. Like, wait, what?
Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain
Very
a
cool.
lot of power here.
Yeah.
There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding
25%
them.
increase
This jewel
to
increases
small
the effect of
passive
small nodes and
skills and
radius by
radius.
25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it.
Very
there are
cool.
also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame.
A
As you
hitless
gain
run.
inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10
I'm gonna let you know the
tribulations
hitless
on top
run,
of
that's
each other
not
will
gonna
make
happen.
this a significant challenge, but it's worth it.
Not for me.
The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item
Talk
can
about
have.
like the most like
Body armor can
RNG,
get up
like
to
kick
3
in the
sockets
nuts
this
or
way, allowing
absolute
for a
like
significant
gratifying
number of
win.
mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more
Good
thing.
lord,
the most
man.
difficult content in Path of Exile 2.
Good
While
lord.
mapping, you might come across this fortress.
They're
that has emerged
already
from
dead.
underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the
That's
first
so
time.
cool,
But
dude.
is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is.
Oh,
This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for POE2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge.
Yeah,
Way
this
bigger
is
than even we expected
wild.
when we started
Oh
out.
my god.
But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in.
There it is.
To
This is how
thank
you
our
get in.
existing POE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free.
Oh, that's cool.
Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to POE2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in POE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself.
Bro, like... like, why can't they all do it like this? Why can't they all do it like this? Buy our supporter pack for $30, and we'll give you guys access to the early, or we'll give you guys access to the early access. Oh, and that $30 supporter pack that you bought, not only is it going to come with cosmetics, but it's also going to give you $30 worth of cosmetic in-game currency to use. You get the same value. It's just
Of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue.
This is how
of
you hold
Hill.
on to customers. This
For
is why
Path
the
of
game
Exile
stays
1's
popular.
closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the
I want a
King of the
Kiwi.
Faradin supporter pack. Show
eat
your
a worm.
mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
That's cool.
The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy.
Very cool.
Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End
You see
spear
like the
skin.
hands?
This spear skin
And the
can be applied to
faces on the
staves
side
and
of
war
the
staves in
armor?
Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains.
What the fuck?
In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here.
What?
It comes with a variety of
Bro,
thematic
what kind
elements
of
to
fucking-
use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game.
They even dunk on other
Additionally, you
games'
will get the
cosmetics.
Deshret's
Oh
Blessing
yeah,
level up effect.
you know, you want a hideout? Well, how about an entire moving fortress as a hideout?
And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the S.T.A.L.K.E.R weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This
Cool.
pack also contains Doyani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doyani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
Yeah, and
You
keep in
wouldn't
mind
think to put
all
sacrificial gems on a
microtransaction
Kiwi,
purchases
but
in
the
Path of
Vile did.
Exile 1 all
Thaumaturge
transfer
of the
over to
Vile
Path of
supporters will
Exile
receive
2.
the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say?
Oh, you don't want the
I think
t-shirt? That's
Karui
cool.
people
All right,
would
we'll give you some
disagree.
in-game currency.
Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Marta will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher
Looks
to
sick.
your one-handed or two-handed maces.
Like the emerald look.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic,
You see it
they make
roll.
the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power.
Sick looking.
Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout could use their own boat. Why not have some races?
I know they get up to like $1,000
You
for
can
some of
also
these
get the
supporter
window
packs,
to
but it's
Twilight
just so
portal
crazy.
effect. A beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
I mean, at the very least, when it comes to these, kind
Rule
of
and style,
things,
the throne
man,
of the
like,
ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
you know what the funny thing is? People could spend $1,000 in fucking Call of Duty and look like a fucking goober and not get a damn thing for it. But at least in this game, you get what you're paying for. We'll say that. You get what you're paying for.
Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable.
Hell yeah.
With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the
thank you
long
for
and
the 10,
exciting
man.
journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you'll be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player.
That's
The
cool.
more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in POE1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in POE2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Wow. A lot of information here, man. A lot of information. Yamath at the $10. Big ups, Legendary. Inspire me to grow your own channel. Very cool, man. Shout out to Path of Exile 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, it's gonna be a wild. We're having, and it's over. Yeah. Yeah.
It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys
Crazy.
have been inspired already. Just
So much
watching
information.
things.
So
And
much
looking at new
information.
Ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
We've got to do design whenever you can.
I can't believe there's so much to this game.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure
game made
that
by
when we went
gamers
into
for
early access,
gamers,
that
yeah.
people didn't feel like it was just, you know, limping along and kind of, you know, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully
No mods in
people feel
chat
like,
right
there
now?
was enough
Yeah, I
content.
know. I can see it.
Yeah, it was.
I can tell.
It was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, you know, maybe a basic mapping, placeholder end game, and your 3 acts, and you know, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Bro, there's like 2 people like for like the last like 45 minutes that have been arguing with each other back and forth. Fucking chill. What are you doing? Like really, right now, think about it. What are you doing? Is it constructive? Are you going to feel better? Probably not. You guys probably like the exact same fucking games. What are you doing? You can have your echo chamber? What the fuck are you even talking about? I'm talking about both of you. Stop. How about this? I'm going to ban both of you guys for being fucking retards. How about that? Now you're both gone. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ.
All of a sudden, you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like, so we're you know, we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, you know, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, you know, that we you know, it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to Endgame. It's actually more important. Like that was certainly
the
a hard
funny
one.
thing is that I looked over a couple of times and they were actually like agreeing with one another. Like, oh, I like that game too. Well, I like that game too. Yeah, but you know what? Your opinion about this other thing is this. Well, I don't really like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Go argue on fucking Reddit. What are you guys doing? Holy shit.
Like, it's just this epic journey.
So
whereas none of
stupid.
them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time.
It was YouTube chat,
Some of
not-
us are
not-
like, you know,
not
we're
Twitch
just
chat,
tuning out
no.
in-game
No,
with every
Twitch
league
chat-
and doing all of that. But for
Twitch chat is almost always the most well-behaved. Almost always the most well-behaved. YouTube chat, it's a whole other world sometimes. It's a whole other world sometimes.
In the car on the drive
Yeah.
here, and you were just info dumping all of the
Not
endgame,
talking
and like,
shit
oh, we got
about
this
the
feature,
people
we
in
got this
YouTube
feature.
chat right now,
I'm
but you know,
getting
for the most
dopamine
part,
just
that's
from
usually where
hearing
we
about
get
it.
some
I
of the
haven't
people
seen
that pop
anything
up
yet.
every once in a while. They're popping off.
But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of
It's the
set
outlaw
bar.
world
The
of
original
YouTube
game set
chat.
the
Yeah,
bar for
yeah. No,
what
YouTube
is
chat's
available
wild.
to endgame
YouTube chat's
in a
wild.
game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame.
I miss
now.
old Twitch
Absolutely.
chat.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
like if you're not competing with
my-
yourself,
my
then,
Twitch
I
chat's-
don't think you're going to make good
Wait,
progress.
well
right?
behaved.
So,
They're
that's
good
what you really
folks
have to do.
over there.
Yeah, but cracking that out.
YouTube
for
has the
me,
most
then.
unhinged
Yep,
chat
absolutely.
almost always.
Well, as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good.
It's fine.
So,
They know
you
who
know,
they
we have to
know who
make
they
sure
are.
They also
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
you know they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And
PvP Dark
you definitely
Zone.
want all those different axes as well. Like just having 2, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well,
like that
immediately
one.
then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this.
So I get to reveal something now. Now that they've done their reveal stream and they've talked about some things and whatnot like that, I have a confession to make. It's a 2-part confession. Okay. Here's the deal. Later this week, or not later this week. I mean, today's already Thursday. I'm hoping if I can get a green light on something, because I have something else that's kind of like tied up behind it. I have a 1 hour long one-on-one interview with Jonathan Rogers, where we talk about Path of Exile, Path of Exile 2, the video game industry, player expectations, why some games are failing to meet the mark in some cases. I mean, we go into all the things. It's basically the exact kind of conversation or questions that you would expect me to actually ask a developer. So, yeah, over an hour-long interview with me and Jonathan Rogers. It'll be going on the YouTube channel relatively soon. It should be this weekend. If it's not this weekend, it's the start of next week. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. It turned out absolutely incredible. It was a great interview through and through. You guys are really going to like it. It's very insightful. It's a very cool conversation. I was so happy to be able to take part in it in the first place. And yeah, it's awesome. What's the second part of your secret? I can't tell you for another 30 minutes. So we need to finish watching this.
It's huge, right? Like, honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean, like,
I have to wait
back,
30 minutes.
Was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company.
Congrats on getting that. Yeah, it's
you get
really
things
cool.
like the super uniques.
It's really cool.
And
I can't talk about the
everyone did
specifics
them,
of it or
and it's
anything
just
like that,
here's a
NDA and all
boss
that good
with
stuff.
one or two
But yeah,
skills.
you guys will really
and I
enjoy
remember
the
very,
the
very,
interview.
very
It's gonna be
early
really
on
cool.
in POE2, I'm like,
it's gonna be
I
really
want
cool.
every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some.
Reed is making a comeback. Baby,
I
let's
remember
go.
getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses. My favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is.
Did you
just
remember to
terrible.
hit record this time?
Of course.
Look here. You know what? Shut the fuck up. We don't talk about that. This time when I did an interview, I wasn't out drinking for the first 3 hours before the event.
And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays
all the mechanics and everything that they showed look awesome for the boss mechanics. It's good that they put the time and the money into it.
Different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised it and raised.
Somebody's amazing game, no Megan Fox though, Lamau. I'm like sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, how funny would it be if they brought out if they had like a hardcore Path of Exile launch event or whatever, and instead they used like Sydney Sweeney.
Anecdote, since we went out of that territory, it was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in POE1.
Do you think Elon will reach number one?
Project Chimera. That was like
no. Path of Exile is probably too hard for him.
Like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically,
it'd become a second job for the guy.
There is a boss in Act 3 called...
I think he's got enough on his mind.
It's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast. And you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made. Before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original POE2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done.
I love these guys.
Like,
yeah, I do too, man.
Origin,
they
and
love
now
their
it's
game.
at this,
Like, they
you know,
really
point
love
where
their
we're
game.
about to deploy early access. You know, not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it.
It
out
shows.
there,
It shows a lot.
Only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, you know, coming into a release, and I think especially for, you know, there's like a bunch of people on the POE2 team who have, you know, who, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing.
Who would have thought
And that
making a great
experience is
game
something that,
would
know,
just
like,
take loving gaming? I think it's
yeah,
loving
like,
your
it's
game.
tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling
Very
a little bit
specifically.
cocky,
It's not just
actually,
loving
about
gaming
the
in
fact
general,
because,
because
you know,
I think
we
that you can have a lot of
release,
people that'll do that, but yeah.
content for POE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like POE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to you know, to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Yeah, like obviously it's nerve-wracking, you know, coming up to coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy. And you know, like, it's always comforting when, you know, I mean, we had a live event in LA recently, you know, people you know, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop, you know. So like, I'm really, I think
It
people
was
are gonna really
remote.
enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm not going to New
experience for me
Zealand.
here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing you know, almost what I'm going to be playing in
Well, I
2
heard
weeks,
you
so.
still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to just go get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was in his, like,
What's wrong with
big
New
wolf
Zealand? It's
form
too
and
far
trapped
away.
in there, so just barking at me.
It's too
through
far
the,
away.
through
That's
the
why.
wood. It's good.
Upside down world.
I'm sure there's a few
Yeah,
things
of
to
course,
work out
of
over this
course.
next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, you know, we might be playing for a few weeks here and then, you know, maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. I mean, look, there's enough stuff there.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. So yeah, there's and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, yeah, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, you know, are going to be, you know, like how POE1 leagues are, where you play them for, like, you know, a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then, you know, sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So, yeah, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering, like, how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask.
I would guarantee you're going to be able to get pretty invested into the beta, because the thing is that, like, think about it. It's a 25-hour long campaign, so they say. And then you're going to do the campaign a second time at a higher difficulty. So technically there's like 50 hours there, maybe even more, depending on how some of that how difficult that content can be. Then you have the end game, which is relatively infinite. And now we're talking about something that's going to take, you know, probably another 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 hours or more, depending on how perfect you want to get and what you want to accomplish within the end game. Are you trying to make sure you take down all the Ubers and take down the ultimate Uber and all that stuff? Then on top of that, the other thing is you also have a metric ton of classes. I mean, I think it's launching with 6 with another 6 to follow. So, like, players are going to have more than enough to be able to keep themselves busy. But will it eat as much time as Balatro? No, that can't happen. that game like sucks your time through a fucking portal. You don't even know where it goes through. You don't even know what happened to it. The campaign doesn't matter if you have hundreds of hours of endgame with 12 plus classes. See, that's what I'm talking about as well. I think that in a lot of cases, I think that in a lot of cases, like you're just gonna have a lot of people remaking and starting over again and whatnot. But one of the things that I was gonna bring up, and I was thinking about this before, was the fact that like, you know, like they're gonna create a double-sided ecosystem, because like some people are talking about, oh well, you know, Path of Exile, you know, POE1 is gonna be going on. They're still going to be supporting it, and it's still going to have leagues, and it's still going to have this, still going to have that. And I guess like one of my questions ends up being like, are they going to do the same league for both games at the exact same time, or are both games going to get different leagues and they're just going to rotate different leagues through each game? So then that way you would go through a POE2 league, and then they would start, and then after that POE2 league is about to get, you know, it's been out for like a couple months or whatever, then all of a sudden they go, bam, now there's a POE1 league. So in a lot of cases, I think what you're going to end up seeing is you're going to see players that are just kind of trapped within this POE ecosystem, where they're able to continue to play POE all the time without ever getting bored of it, because there's just going to be so much content available to them. It's pretty smart. I'm not going to lie. I think it's actually a really good way for them to be able to do it. So if they're doing different leagues, you're just going to be able to like, you're going to be able to stay within POE for a while. Much longer than you normally would have, where like I forgot, do you guys know how many leagues a year do they usually do?
Their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first time rounds, and then obviously with every league there's more to discover, but
being able to test different ideas, yeah, and I think that's
again, you'll get more.
I think that's really cool, man. I think that's really cool, being able to.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot.
Like experiment with ideas in POE1 before you move them into POE2 and stuff like that.
You're going to be going far
like I think in a lot of cases you're going to see POE1 become kind of like a testing place.
It's up to you.
Almost kind of like a PTR for POE2.
Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, you know, or other games and for so long, is actually
POE1 after
the
POE2 WSAD movement.
Yeah, there's some familiar mechanics.
You know, the thing is that like
which is awesome
I've played
for people, but,
Diablo 4 with WSAD. I end up going back to
really.
I don't know. That's just me. Like maybe it's just
people
the
discovering
nostalgic comfort of doing it.
Excited about
I know some people will have a problem with it. I can go either way.
Through that discovery process. I maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that.
I need to be fully guided.
Characters.
I need to be fully guided.
Discovery
I need
part
stuff
of
to
me is
like constantly be there to like teach me and push me and show me.
Someone who kind of
you know
knows
what
all the
I need,
content.
what I need to be
I'm
doing.
Still, because there's something different about making it.
I like cursor movement more than WSAD.
With the players, seeing them discover it, unique.
It just kind of depends. New league usually every 3 months.
So cool.
Yeah. So if you think about it like that, and you say like every like 1.5. So like every like month and a half, basically, right? You'll probably have access to a league in Path of Exile, whether that's going to be in POE1 or POE2. I think that's a really cool. That'd be a really cool way to go about doing it, because they're not gonna be dropping POE leagues at the same time in both games. At least I don't think so. Like I don't know. I don't know if they've confirmed whether or not they're doing different leagues for both games or not.
By the way, like so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In POE2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know. Like
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be.
The new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this.
Yeah.
It's good fun. So
that's one of the reasons why I'll talk about this later, but like that's one of the things that kind of like blows my mind. Like Rogue actually brings this up a little bit, which is that like, you know, it's crazy to me looking at the Game Awards how they award best ongoing game to like Diablo 4 and Destiny 2, like two games that, I mean, like Diablo 4 has improved a lot since its launch, but at the exact same time, like look at what, you know, games like Warframe or Path of Exile. I saw that like Cult of the Lamb was upset, like they were kind of disappointed that they didn't get the award either with how much work they put in. Like there are so many there's so many other games that are far better examples of best ongoing game that are out there, and it's wild to me that like the ones that they put forward are like the most like commercial, commodity driven, garbage generic AAA game that you could possibly put forth. It's just like
found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to POE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested.
I'm not saying, by the way, that the Destiny 2 like expansion wasn't good. I know a lot of people really liked it, but at the same time, the thing is that it's just like
that we wouldn't anticipate.
How did they like? If you're talking about best ongoing game, if we look at the entire history of Destiny 2, are we really going to say that it's one of the best ongoing games ever? Because from my perspective, I look at Destiny 2 as a game that has only continued to like abuse their player base and their platform, their game. You know what I mean?
Like, there's nothing we can even do about it because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies? Like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do.
It's
with
a
all
bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like
the game adverts.
Yeah, pretty frequently.
I mean, let's be real. The only reason why people watch the Game Awards is for the trailers anyway, right?
A lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can.
Like, you got a good fucking point. I don't understand how Helldivers got nominated when it just came out this year. Yeah, great ongoing game. Your game is still going for the year that it's been out. It's not even a year old yet.
We've always been, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where they might, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. Right, and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game.
No Man's Sky definitely deserves a 2,
key to shaping the game in the future. Like, the actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this. People are seeing, like actually getting back into that and like, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we before we released POE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so,
do. In a lot of
getting
cases,
back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away.
Drops are enabled. I just don't know what.
I don't
know what the command should be showing.
I look forward to just being able to do that because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years.
Wukong won Ultimate Game of the Year at the Golden Joysticks Awards. That's crazy.
It's not really
so well
a
deserved
game, and so it doesn't get
so well deserved.
Perspective
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested. And obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
There are other things like, you know, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map.
Well, it's already
right?
25%
These
off on
things
Steam. Yeah, they did that
things
right
we
after they
obviously
did like
need
a
to test
massive
and iterate
like
on in
idle
the
update.
future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game. Like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right, and you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people. You know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about.
I guess like Blake says, you know, still came out this year. Ongoing games means games that are still going on. Helldivers 2 came out this year, and they could have shut it down. They very well could have. I mean, look at.
So yeah, it's going to be a
Concord,
little
right?
bit iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because like the game is pretty hard. You know, it can be pretty hard, and so when you're on that fine line of like, you know, things are difficult, you know, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core
Would
features.
you consider
like
Skyrim an ongoing game? No, because that's the community that's driving that game, not the actual developer, right?
I mean, look, we're always willing
I think
to
that's an
change stuff.
important
Like, that Flask
distinction.
thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like I don't have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that no? I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing,
I hate it.
Flask piano was actually
I
like
hate it.
even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like
I
people
hate
just
it.
had problems.
It's one of the things.
Just the
yeah,
manual
like,
dexterity required. to,
wholeheartedly.
Flask keys.
So, like,
and then
like having like
know,
multiple,
you have
yeah,
to know
what,
when.
what he's talking about here with like multiple flask keys, like this is something that like drove me away from the game. I don't even know how many times, and it's literally just because it was just too complicated. Do I want resist potions? Well, what kind of resist potions do I even want? Because I don't even know like what resistances I have right now that I'm going to need later. Like, what's my weakness for resistances going to be later in the game? Or, you know, the Quicksilver potions seemed like they were like the most useful ones to have. So I was always running a Quicksilver one, and well, maybe I want 2 of those because that would be kind of nice to have to be able to move through maps quicker. And then I would go, and then it was like, do I want, you know, a health potion? Do I even need mana potions? Like, you know, does my stuff recover fast enough that I don't even need this stuff anymore? Like, I'm so happy that they went to like the more like simplistic, like pretty generally standard, you know, 1 mana potion with multiple charges and 1 health potion with multiple charges. But I think you can still get them. I think that they'll probably still come like enchanted and stuff like that.
Crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got 1. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Flask since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff.
Use all
that being
potions
said,
for
you know,
max
we've always
buff.
got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique
there is a
allows
unique
you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things, then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily.
I mean, so we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. You know, I think it works. So I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual.
Did they talk about
worst offender
the
is
entry
what
fee?
stats should Dex
Entry
give you.
fee.
I think that
the entry fee is you have to go and buy the supporter pack.
So many arguments about
So
that.
you can go buy a Path of Exile supporter pack for $30. It'll give you $30 of in-game currency. So you're basically just buying in-game currency at the end of the day. You're also going to get some cosmetics, and you'll get access to the early access as well. So
endless arguments about that topic.
It's a pretty good deal.
It's outrageous.
Actually, it's a great deal, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like even if they just wanted to, because like $30 to pay to play POE2 right now is already worth it, right? From my perspective,
we can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
Is there anything more each pack gets?
This is okay.
The Steam links are broken. Yeah, probably because people are popping off right now, trying to get it all.
We can't forget our roots.
There's the other packs that they have that are in there like give you a ton of extra stuff.
What is the
more currency, more cosmetics,
is there going to be
hideouts,
leagues
all kinds of
launching?
stuff.
Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit, unfortunately, we did have to steal a few POE1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to POE1 again for the February League. And we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So
I think that
we'll see how it goes. But
I think that in a lot of cases when you see games that are like in development for a long period of time, I think the developers, and this happens in just about every industry, is that like the project completion sometimes goes out of sight and they just don't know when they're actually going to ship. And in a lot of cases, people just get late. It's not like laziness. I mean, it is. They just keep pushing things down, pushing things down the row, keep pushing it back. And they just don't get used to like releasing content. And I think he's right. They're like they're going to be in a much better place. They're going to be in a much better place once they can actually like
but we
start
also
shipping
don't know
stuff
how much
again.
time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release.
It's crazy how transparent these guys are. Never heard of someone
builds
maybe
how many
other
of
than
the
Larry
uniques
talking
are
about
broken? How many,
reallocating
and where do all these resources go?
Yeah,
There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very.
I think
very
one of the
difficult,
reasons
especially
why
at
people
this
really
time.
like,
But
I think one of the reasons people really like these guys, like Path of Exile in general, is because of the fact that like these developers make sure to treat you like a person, and they don't try to gaslight you or anything like that. They don't try to give you some like written PR line about anything. They literally just want to speak to you as a human and not question your intelligence in any way. And it means a lot, I think, to the players. I think it means a lot to an audience when people have that kind of respect and they see you as an equal. And it makes it much easier for you to be able to empathize with what they're going through, and kind of like temper that with your expectations in some ways. And that's not saying that like players should expect less from their games. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is that because we like these guys, it's okay if they screw up. It's not anything like that. I think it's just like it's just building the trust to know that these folks are going to try to deliver on whatever that value proposition is at one point, right? Like you have more faith that they will. Like maybe it doesn't right now, but you have more faith that it will down the road because they've proven it, right? I think that's kind of the biggest point. They've proven it time and time again with POE1. And now here they are going to go for a second
I am
round.
liking my Mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Yeah, yeah.
This one, he's
Stay away
just
from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already.
Yeah, yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know. And
Grim, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as POE1. We're good.
Are you
at it
saying
at
this
point.
is someone who has the experience of doing a 1 hour review with the dev?
I'm going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as POE2 league launch, POE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic. And,
I liked it a lot.
And has been cooking.
I
for
hope they
quite
get
some
more
time.
cinematic in the future.
And that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in POE2 is much.
I'll be
better
right
than it
back.
was
I gotta take
in
care of
POE1.
something. 1 second.
Like, you know, there's
Probably
a lot
chaos. Thank you for
more
the Prime,
kind
man.
of,
1 second.
Yes, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff. We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also can kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the POE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time that it feels.
Bendo, thank you for the
we
Prime,
don't want it
man.
to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About
Yeah.
You don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm a personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still.
Yeah, drops are enabled. Hold on, I actually want to read this. I really like this. Mendo says, I think this is the single company that I will give money to without them asking for it. I spend the most money on this game than any other. While it's very limited to actual gameplay power in return. Yeah, I mean, the only actual gameplay power that you're going to be running into in Path of Exile, drops are enabled, guys. They're enabled. The only... how do I want to say this? Like, the only power that you can really get out of it necessarily is really just from, like, stash tabs and stuff like that. But I think that, like, really, really important thing to bring up is that it's creating this relationship with your audience in which they don't feel a need to give you money. They want to give you money. I think a really good example of this is, like, Warframe, right? Like, people don't need to buy anything in Warframe. You can earn everything in the game. If you didn't want to give the company any money, you don't have to give the company any money. And you definitely don't ever really... I mean, maybe at the beginning you feel like you need to because you want to be able to get, you know, extra, like, storage space and stuff like that. Same thing for Path of Exile, basically. Albeit, I mean, it's probably about the same price, actually. But the thing is that when you treat your community in a certain way and you make things so accessible and you don't, like, price yourself... You know, you don't price your game out of your players. When you're building that kind of relationship, they want to give you money. They're enthusiastic about giving you money. They're happy to give it to you, and they don't feel bad for doing so, even if it's something that's cosmetic that they don't even need, right? You've got drops on for what? Drops are enabled
The
because
count
they
is wanting to
this,
harness the power
stream
of
here,
the beast once again. And
this
then we
stream
have the,
here has
mysterious
rewards,
figure
I
there
think.
who is saying, you know,
Yeah.
no, don't do this.
Yeah, right
This
here I
always
got
turns out badly.
you're
Comment in
eligible for the
chat I
hands
loved
of
that was like,
Exet.
stop opening
Path
Eldritch
of, for Path of
boxes.
Exile
Exactly,
2, claim your
exactly.
loot. It drops November
Why do people
29th.
keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, if someone handed you a
unlimited
mysterious
So if you're
ability,
watching this
wouldn't you press
stream,
the
you'll
button?
get
I mean-
drops for Path of Exile 2
Yeah, exactly.
I wanna open it.
and Path of Exile 1.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm gonna try, but who knows how many hours it's gonna take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's
was
a wolf. It's called
Great,
a wolf."
Great Wolf's Howl, and the
Great
Great
Wolf's
Wolf
Howl.
obviously being
So you went out there and
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room, and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
An orphan who
an orphan and was adopted
monster.
by a Ismite and raised, and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background. And I was
So
like,
it works. You
"Oh,
were wrong.
fair enough." I walked back
Yeah.
in here all sad
That's
and
so
whatever.
funny.
My bad. It's fine.
That's so
He looked so
funny.
chastised when he came back in. But that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're
The
doing
secret
all the
LD,
characters
don't pretend
here.
I
But you
forgot.
remember
I'm
the
gonna tell you
Ascendancy
guys.
stuff is going to have an
Yeah,
impact.
yeah.
story.
I'm waiting for the end of
like
this interview
with-
first.
wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff.
36.
So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula?
Chayula.
Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have
Only
this sort of
studios I
storyline
like:
with the origins of
Larian,
the monks, where there's like a order of, monks
Grinding
who,
Gear Games,
worship
and CD
a,
Projekt Red.
thing
Even
they
though
call the
even though
Dreamer.
Cyberpunk
the Dreamer is actually
I have
Chayula.
I have a
So,
lot
they don't
actually.
know-
I think for me it goes between like Larian. I like Digital Extremes. I like Grinding Gear Games. I like From Software. For the most part, I like CD Projekt Red. They made some pretty serious mistakes. We're gonna see what they do with their next game, obviously. Who else? I think that even though I don't play No Man's Sky, I really appreciate what Hello Games have done. How they've gone way far beyond redeeming themselves. They just keep taking it a step further. Some of these Korean developers are starting to catch my eye as well, right? I think that
Uses a lot
I
of
really
time
like
or
this whole
chronomancy.
move that
And,
we've seen lately, where we have
interestingly, if you
Korean
are
gotcha game
a,
developers that are
sorceress
now
and you
wanting to
ascend
make
to
premium
chronomancer,
games.
and you
They're
then go
using
to fight that
gotcha money
boss,
to fund
if
real
you, for
games.
example, try
It's
to use time
cool.
freeze.
I like it.
The boss is like, yeah, that doesn't work on me.
Have you seen the Avowed previews? Yeah, we're gonna watch one of those actually
He's
after
like,
all this.
Just puts it back on you, and it's like, yeah. And so there's interesting.
Yeah, I
things
think
like
Light
that,
No
and it doesn't,
Fire is the one that's gonna bring
change
me in.
Things on a grand
Fantasy
scale, right?
game.
It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that.
Come
But there's
on,
this
man.
interesting little quirks.
You're
and quips
you're barking up the
everywhere.
right tree.
Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have
You
different
believe the
skill
theory
lines
that
sometimes
Armor
depending on
Core
what class
6
you're
DLC
playing.
is going to be announced at the Game
Um,
Awards?
Different
That'd be
dialogue
fucking
all through
sick.
the campaign for
Oh,
different
that'd be
classes,
so
like
sick.
the,
That game
the
is so good.
Sorceress, was obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the
Imagine
Maraketh,
they
there's
give
kind
it
of little backstory
a
there about how
Shadow
she
of the
was
Erd
banished
Tree
originally. So,
level
she
of
needs to find a way,
DLC
to be
for Armored Core
accepted back into
6.
their culture again. We've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there.
We doing a
because
long
it's
chatting
typically his
today? Yeah,
adopted
we're doing
son,
chatting for still a while.
things like that.
Stalker 2 is going to be a little bit later.
There's a lot of thought that's gone into
We still got some stuff to get through.
Character classes have.
I probably
some
won't
level of
spend a whole lot of
involvement
time
with
on
the world,
Twitter and Reddit or
just
anything like
come
that
into
since we did all this
existence
today.
There's other little things. So more on the narrative
But
side.
I do
you
want to
obviously
check.
saw
I
the
do want
world
to,
map,
at the
you
very
have the
least, make sure we
icons that
check out
show
the
different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore,
Such a good
find,
idea.
and awesome.
Avowed stuff.
But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to hurt a child. And the
To be
child was
honest,
just trying to
staying
get some
off Twitter
food.
and Reddit is
And
probably smart.
The Ranger
Yeah,
just
maybe.
snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms, when you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like
it's
that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all. Okay, I want the characters to be cool. I want the baddies
I like
to be
story,
cool,
man.
and
I like my gameplay
the
in
things
general to feel more
happening around me
meaningful, and
that,
if the
like,
world is designed in a way
build
and the
out a bit of
story
that
is designed in a
without
way to
me
make
having
me
stop killing
like
stuff.
Yeah.
And it
I
sounds
feel like it
there's more
adds
of
to
that
the
going
power
on, so it's
fantasy.
great.
There's tons. There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's
I'm
that's how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an Ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
Cool.
all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like
cool.
suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow
sick.
ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the
That's cool. I like
there's
that.
little things like for the
Like taking an ascendancy, and the ascendancy actually transforms your character in a meaningful way. Like I really like the idea of the like the alchemic one that they used before. You know what I'm talking about? The or like the crystal one, the mercenary that actually has like
stuff
like gems embedded in them. That's
it's
so
believable
cool.
as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes
yeah,
into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the blood mage, when you like play the blood mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost blood bending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending it on fire.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Blood bending.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
For sure.
Basically,
I mean, the
mythic
classes are
past.
pretty open. You can play
Yeah,
whatever
kind of,
skills,
yeah.
whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever.
You got a
want
strong
with the
leaning
base
into any class yet?
So eventually, the ascendancy is what
probably
becomes
between,
more of an important identifying feature, because that's what you
probably between,
have
like,
actually chosen
warrior
that makes you
and-
distinct. That another different class wouldn't
Probably
be
sword.
able to actually have. So yeah.
so you want to make that super cool.
I just don't want a daggers
And on
class
that note,
though.
I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy
Like
and
a
what's
genuine
happening with
rogue.
that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, "Oh, what if I don't?"
I want to do like
this? Oh,
fan
it's
of
just another lab
knives,
again.
and then it like
But I want you
procs
to like
other
lay
fan
it
of
out
knives off of other
as,
characters.
like,
Shit.
simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively,
it's hard.
in
I'll
the
eventually
full game,
do
there's
all
going
of
to be
them.
3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2, and effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. You know, if you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you know, we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just a
clearly
win.
leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with POE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused.
Yeah, I saw somebody talk about that with like
And you're
the
doing that
like
with the
separating the
trial,
end
with the
game
Ascendancies.
trees and stuff, and like saying that like, they didn't really like that system that much. Like, you know, they think it's like less meaningful. Personally, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like looking at like all of the changes that they've made and all the things that they've showcased, like it's so much more new player friendly that it's not even funny. Like it's so wild, dude. It's so wild. I like it blows my mind because like it's like probably the game's biggest weakness that's actually finally being addressed, and I think it's going to be huge for this game. And also at the same time, I think like I think that Path of Exile 2 is going to be a massive deal, and the reason why is because I think not only is it like, you know, making the game a little bit more like new player friendly, but also at the same time like players just want to get in on the ground floor. And like Path of Exile 2 has been around for a long time. And I would guarantee that, you know, after a game's been around for like that long, some players just don't want to get into it because they realize that there's so much like, you know, systemic knowledge that's there, like legacy game and legacy play that they just don't want to understand and have to go through to figure out that, you know, they just don't even want to play it in the first place.
Effectively, the trial of the chaos of
and I'm
Chaos
saying
is
this
a
from
sequel to
firsthand
Automated.
experience, by the way.
Which
Like
is,
I've played
we
Path
just
of
have
Exile
to
1, but I
get
haven't
used to the
gotten
new
very
names,
far. I only did
which is
some
very
maps
hard.
in my very last playthrough, finally making it all the way
the point being,
through.
like, of course, and Valor's
And
drop in the world
I
as
look
well,
at Path
and
of
if you want
Exile
a
2 as
larger
like my
dose of
ability, my
Valor's,
chance to get in on the ground
and,
floor
you don't want to trade,
and be a part of
go
something
feel
before
free
it
to run
gets
some
like
ultimatums.
out
Thing is, 'cause
of
they're
my
all
grasp
item-generated
anymore
keys
because
as
there's
well,
just
it's
too
not like
much
you have to do it
content,
right
too
then
much
and
game.
there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom.
The struggle for getting new Destiny 2 players.
Tradable
Absolutely.
As a
like
lot.
that's a huge problem for games like this. It's a huge problem. Like it's one of the reasons why I stopped playing Destiny 2, because like I went and I gave it a shot because, you know, one of my buddies wanted me to play it, but he's like, oh, we need this weapon. Well, how do I get that weapon? We need this DLC. Okay. Well, you got to go through all the content for that DLC, and then you need to do the raid for that DLC, so then you can take that weapon to go do this other thing because, like, you know, it's just a meta weapon, and the other weapons just aren't as good. It's just like,
So how on the Ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your Ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like Ultimatum, you know, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, you know, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You
Not
did.
to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I
it's
did
just-
pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part
like-
of my strategic
I-
choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the POE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, is fun.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they've done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on instead.
I like the little roguelike system.
And your defenses now, it can be fully mitigated and everything.
So
Ultimatum and what's the other one?
In a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with Ultimatum, and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's.
Did you find that Warframe had too much as a new player?
Yeah, correct.
Experience.
Warframe's issue is that there's too much visually for a new player, and there is a lot of content to actually have to get through, and there is a lot of like older content to have to try to understand. There's a way to be able to break it down and make it a little bit more accessible for yourself, but I think that in a lot of cases, like players don't want to have to think about how they need to play a game. They just look at it and take it for face value, and then they choose whether or not they want to play it or not. And I think that when you have a game that's been around for as long as Warframe or Path of Exile or Destiny 2 or whatever it might be, that they know that there's a lot of content there that it's a tall order to ask somebody to play through, because there's a lot of nuance to it. There's a lot of different things that they're going to need from a lot of different areas and a lot of different parts of the game. And in a lot of cases, you do need to go back and do that older content, right? Where like in a lot of other live service games, what they do instead is they position it in a way where the old it's the drawback, right? The drawback of not making your older content viable and not making like older materials or armor or weapons and things like that viable in like the current game. The drawback is that, well, you've basically made the rest of your game useless, right? But the benefit to making those things useless is the fact that new players don't have a problem when they get started. It's completely fine if a new World of Warcraft player comes in and doesn't want to have to interact with anything from Wrath of the Lich King or from Cataclysm or whatever else. They don't have to. They just need to worry about the current expansion and the current content. And then outside of that, if they want to go explore those things, they can. But in a game like Warframe, you do need to go and learn those other mechanics, those older mechanics and things like that have been in the game for a long time. If you go and you play a game like Path of Exile 1, you do need to go and learn what those older mechanics are. Even if they are 6 or 8 years old or 5 years old or whatever, you need to know what they are because they're going to be relevant to the content that you're doing currently. It's not just the current mechanic that is the most relevant thing. Yes, it is relevant, but it's not the most relevant. It's just as relevant as everything else. And I think that serves as not only... It serves as something that creates a lot more content for a game, but I think it also serves as a barrier to keep players, like new players, from playing a game.
Maybe socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get +1 socket, I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of, just bricking your item. So, that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
Valorbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But if you think about, we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because, maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. Yeah. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens, but. For just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively do a Chaos Orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got it's just life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want, and I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
The
no,
unique
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable.
Okay. All right. So we're good. We've reached the time limit on my NDA. My friends, a couple weeks ago, something happened. Something happened. I got to play Path of Exile 2. I got to play it early. There was an event that I got to go to, and I got to play the game. I got a hands-on experience. I got to play it for like 8 hours. Yeah. It was great. It was great. Like I'm gonna be real with you. The experience, like, it's kind of one of those weird things where it's kind of hard to explain it. And a lot of it's gonna end up being like first-hand experience when you guys actually get the chance to. Are you gonna do initial thoughts video? Yes, I will. That'll be coming in. It's just not ready at the moment, and I gotta wait a while to be able to post anything on it. It'll probably happen next week, most likely. But like a few of the things that I can reveal, just a casual drum pop, no big deal. I would letting you guys know. So here's the deal. I don't really know how to exactly to put this into words. It's gonna take me a little time to like figure out exactly how to put this eloquently. But it's one of the first experiences that I've had outside of like maybe Elden Ring where a game like specifically just delivers on exactly what you wanted it to be and then some. It's a very odd experience because the thing is that you're used to seeing something that you get overly hyped for, that you have all of your imaginations running wild, you're coming up with these crazy expectations of what the game is going to be like, and then you get to play it and you're like, fuck, it's better. It's better. Euphoric? Yes, euphoric, I think, is probably the best way to say it. Yeah. I'm going to be real with you guys. It is far better than the videos do any justice. It's probably far better than any other preview that you're going to see. It is quite literally everything everybody ever wanted the game to be and then more. I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what to say. Like I mean, everything about the game is great. What game? Path of Exile 2. 2025 Game of the Year contender, most likely. If it doesn't win next year, I mean, it would have to be beaten by like Monster Hunter Wilds, or maybe, Kingdom Come Deliverance. You got to keep in mind Grand Theft Auto releases next year, so chances are they're just going to streamline that game right into the Game of the Year winner anyway. That's legit insane. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I'm not trying to like feed into the hype or anything like that or blow your expectations out of proportions any further than they probably are, but I'm going to be real with you. It is quite literally the exact game that everybody wanted it to be. It is. It's wild. I don't really know how to say. Like, the thing is that I think very specifically, like, if I had to give like one thing that I really liked about it that I can share, and I'll go into more detail on this when I talk about it in a video, but they solved a common issue that I typically have when it comes to ARPGs in general, which is that the gameplay itself tends to trivialize the actual it tends to trivialize actual combat. You know what I mean? Like, where like fighting monsters and stuff like that really isn't all that meaningful. It really isn't. Because like what am I just tap my abilities, watch everything blow up. It's more about like the character's power and getting the loot is more or less like what people are the most interested in, not the actual like playing of the video game. They have evolved the genre and they have pushed it forward in such a meaningful way that combat feels meaningful. A lot of it has to do with the game's new movement mechanics and also like a massive difficulty increase that they really haven't really talked about that much. It's going to obviously depend on what kind of classes that you're playing, but like learning boss mechanics, learning the mechanics of just general enemies, learning how your abilities work with one another and how they combo together and how you're like timing your dodges, because the game does have like effective iframes and things like that for you to be able to dodge out of attacks and whatnot. Every single time I would fight something in this game, it was a meaningful experience every single time. And that is so not what this genre normally is. And you can tell because like Jonathan Rogers has talked about it in a few different occasions where like he's brought it up in like other interviews or whatever it might be, like how much like they really liked Elden Ring as an example. And you can see a lot of Elden Ring DNA in Path of Exile 2, and it's just really fucking cool. It's just really fucking cool. Yeah. It's a great way to do difficulty. I'm not a fan of a game when difficulty is just number go up. Yeah, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. It's not just like, oh, super chunky enemies and stuff like that. Like, I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. I got to like it took me over an hour to beat the Act 1 boss. Like the final boss for Act 1. It took me over an hour. And that's not because like my build sucked. My build was pretty decent. Like I was doing pretty solid damage. It wasn't like fantastic or anything like that, but it was pretty solid. It was just a hard boss. Like that's not really hard. It was just I wasn't used to and I wasn't expecting to have like that challenging of an encounter in an ARPG like this. Like I'm gonna try to like remain like relatively spoiler free when it comes to a lot of these things, right? But yeah, I think that's just the best way to say it. Like I kept dying, and it was just because of the fact that I was more or less in shock when I was playing it, because I was like, what the fuck? Why is it like this? Like what? Like I'm talking about like you need to pay attention to like audio cues and then time your dodges and then pay attention to the way like environmental things will like move sometimes so that you can see like, oh, well, I'm probably going to get attacked from here and stuff. It's not just as simple as like, oh, there's a red spot on the ground. I need to get out of the red spot. Well, like there are some mechanics that are like that in the game. The vast majority of them are a lot more meaningful than that. Are there various difficulties? No, there's just the standard difficulty, and then I guess like I didn't know this. They brought it up during their preview, but you'll be able to play through the campaign again a second time on a higher difficulty before going into the end game. The Souls game effect is real. Well, the thing is that I think in a lot of cases what you'll end up seeing with some of these developers is that they'll find a game that's successful and they'll emulate the game rather than contextually emulate the game within their own formula, right? So like you'll see companies that'll go, Elden Ring is really popular, we're gonna make an Elden Ring, rather than saying, I'm Path of Exile, this Elden Ring game is very good. How can we emulate things within this game, within our game, that feel original and authentic and not like we're just copying off of somebody else? How can we improve our own formula by using other successful developers and how they've, in what ways they've innovated within the industry? Do the early access supporter packs let you play the story? Yes. Not today. No. The game's not out today. It's not. They're not going to do the early. I think early access is next month, isn't it? I'm pretty sure, at least. I was trying to see if anybody else is actually playing it. God. The minute I click off, all of a sudden I get ads everywhere. I love it. No. The game's not out today. No. December 6th, 2 weeks. Yep, December 6th. It comes out in 2 weeks. I quit POE2 early because if exploding screens got old fast. POE2 looks / sounds promising. I hope what you say leads to a more meaningful moment to moment gameplay. It is. I was unironically locked in the entire time that I was playing. Like I was more or less upset that I couldn't play anymore. I was like, can I take it home? Can I take it home with me? And by the way, like at the same time, while I was like, this event went on or whatever, the chance that I got to play the game, like there were other games that I was playing that I was really enjoying, and all I wanted to do was play it. What class did you play? I played Sorceress, and I played Witch and Monk. So I got like Witch up to like level 5 and Monk up to level 5, and then I played Sorceress for the rest of the time that I was there. I'm gonna tell you right now, Monk is for sure, without a doubt, it's an advanced class. It's not a very new player friendly class at all. It's very hard. Because like you have to build up those like charges that he was showing where you gotta like you can like use your Palm of Death to be able to like instant kill an enemy at low health. But like you have to get them to low health first. And you don't have like a lot of defense at the very beginning. And even just getting to level 5 was fucking hard. I died a lot. And I'm not bad at video games. It's tough. And you have to kind of deprogram yourself from like modern ARPG like shenanigans that usually kind of like push you along. When you buy the $480 for at least 5 people, then you can get early access today. Early access today. Oh, so there's people
honestly,
that can already play it today?
To then, like,
that's crazy.
You get this thing, which is quite interesting, where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making games,
exactly,
not hiding your good
exactly.
builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day 1, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you.
Oh, actually lying. If you paid $500 on POE1, you don't need to pay the $30. Yeah, that makes sense.
The thing that is
that
hard.
makes
No
sense.
one knows.
You know the funny thing is, it's probably a lot of
people.
people.
There's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's...
You got to be careful, man. Like, if you guys say some shit if you say some shit out of context, like, I need some /S's in chat or something like that to tell me, because I don't fucking... How am I supposed to know? I was about to run with a story. I'd be like, gatekeeping Path of Exile 2 for $5,000. Worst game ever.
rather than actually requiring
Use the
like,
bathroom
I
1
have to
minute.
find the big, this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story. Yeah.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last like month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So
It's just fucking Cobus in chat. Bruh, I ran a script on my POE transactions page. I thought it was $240. It was $10.80. It be like that, man. Sometimes those microtransactions get away from you. They can.
Why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. Yeah. And it is
it's also when it's a game we like and when the cosmetics actually are like worthwhile and look cool, right? And I think that like as an example, like I've been playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with friends. The game is fucking fun, dude. I like it. It feels so good to play. They did such a good job with the game, but like the skins and stuff like that look absolute ass, and I don't want to have to do with any. I don't want to have anything to do with any of them. They just put in a draconic skin. Like you're playing a first-person shooter. You're playing a first-person shooter. Look at this. Oh, that's low res. I don't want. What the fuck is this? Only for other people who admire your skin? Well, yeah, and it's also annoying, and it has like all these like glow effects on your guns and on your face and all this other stuff that's like distracting from the actual gameplay. And also on top of that, you're playing a first-person shooter, so you're wearing the loudest thing possible, which makes you the biggest target on any map at any given time. It's like it doesn't even make any sense in the game design. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Vomit material? Yeah, it's gross, dude. I thought it was Illidan. Yeah, me too.
Only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor,
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like,
exactly.
It's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it.
Yeah, I'll be real. Just about every single person that I've played that is wearing that skin has never killed me. And if they did, it was because they were sniping from across the map and I couldn't actually see their skin. But if I'm like running down like a hallway or something like, you're never catching me by surprise. Like I see you coming from a mile away.
Look, we might decide to bring that theme back and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like that.
for Val skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the transfer thing is also
something
interesting.
that they brought up. So one of the things from my experience that I really liked, by the way, was the fact that I really like what they did with the skill gems specifically. I think the skill gem changes are probably some of the coolest ones they made. Because one, it simplifies it insanely for new players, and two, the thing is that it's like, I'm never worrying about like picking up the wrong gems and whatnot. I literally like you pick up an uncut gem and then you just turn it into whatever you want, and then bam, there you go. Or maybe there's nothing else that you actually want in that tier. Well, then you use it to upgrade. You know, like if I find a level 2 gem, but I don't want anything from level 2 skills, well, then I just use it to upgrade one of my other level 1 skills to level 2. It's so intuitive. It works so well. It simplifies and streamlines the gameplay in a way that doesn't take away from like the overall depth of the game. And it's great. Like, it's huge, dude. It's huge. That's all I got to say. It's an awesome change.
Let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. Yeah, I think probably 120. Around there, like that.
What happened
But then
is
you've also
classic
got all the buff gems
Spetsnaz
as well.
versus
Like each
Black
character class
Ops.
has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not, you don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the Ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like,
all staffs, wands, and
yeah,
scepters
the
have a
staffs one,
skill
exactly.
baked
Right? We're
in.
not even counting that, right? Like, because the staffs one and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like, that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah, I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but no one has counted recently. But
We
there's
forgot. We don't know how many skills are in the game.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
No. They're actually right. So like I found scepters. Like when I was playing Witch, I found a scepter that had like Ray Skeleton on the scepter. So it just like automatically takes that, and you don't even have to worry about it. I don't think it takes away from your total spirit or anything like that.
Oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually mean it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in POE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in POE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Did you see the transmog? No. I didn't see any of that stuff. They didn't have any of the microtransaction stuff included in there
as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you
alleged,
then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the atlas because they're not really part of the atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct
yeah,
endgame
exactly,
too. Like,
exactly.
so there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be.
So I think what's really cool as well, by the way, and I saw people asking about the like Atlas and stuff like that because the Atlas has changed. I really like the map direction in the game overall. I think it's really, really cool. I didn't get to see any of the endgame stuff, obviously, other than the same thing that you guys basically got to see. But I will say that like the map integration that they have in POE2, like now makes the map useful. Where like POE1, the map's not really all that useful. You bring it up, it can show you where there's like a point of interest where you have like a quest to complete or something like that. But outside of that, now you open it up, you can see, oh, there's mini bosses that I can go kill at this place that I haven't killed yet. A lot of them have targeted loot. Sometimes it's like a permanent buff, but in some cases, like they do actually have specific like uniques and stuff like that they can drop. Then you can go and like, maybe fight that on a higher difficulty or whatever it might be. It's cool in general that they actually made the map like usable and kind of giving you like a little bit of direction in a game that, sometimes can feel a little directionless. I think it's really cool, man. Like in general, I just love everything that they've done with the game so far. Question on Sony, the Founders Pack, bide okay, Steam will not work. The things bought in PC will not work. On the premium stash I have no idea, man. You need to talk to their support about that. From what I understand, all microtransactions are going to be connected to. So I know that like Sony has their own problems going on because Sony, that's a whole
so
Sony
we really
issue.
Prevent the situation where
I
you
know
feel
about
like
that. I know about that. I think that
piece of content, and then you feel
I know that like because they're trying to make it where basically your account has everything bound to it. So it doesn't matter if you're playing on PC or if you're playing on console. It doesn't matter. Like everything should transfer. The problem is that Sony doesn't want that. Sony is trying to block it because they want to make sure that people have to repurchase all of their microtransactions over again within Sony's ecosystem so that Sony can get their 30% on each microtransaction that's purchased through their store. That's really what this comes to be. Like it's flat out bullshit, greed, corporate assholery. And yeah, that's about it. It's one of the reasons why, like, the funny thing, like, I for the most part hate all the console companies equally. They all have something that I equally despise and think is just as bad with all of them. I think Sony is just like faceless greed. I think that Microsoft is causing the collapse, and not the collapse, but like the consolidation of the industry. And I think that like Nintendo is the one that's like trying to block creativity and sue everybody out of existence, right? So like all of them have their like major negatives, and I don't see any positives to any of these assholes. But what Sony's doing, especially like trying to get in the way of a relatively somebody that's actually trying to like ethically monetize their game and do something that is, one, unheard of, and two, is super meaningful for the developers, or sorry, for the players. For them to try to stand in the middle of that and stop it is crazy. Like, honestly, it's fucking wild. Sony America at its finest. Well, I mean, this is just Sony. I don't think it's Sony America. I think it's just Sony in general that's doing it. Looks like the stream is they're probably gonna end up cutting it. It's like
the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity, You know, now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just
that's wild.
making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better or no, not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect, it affects other things.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Thank you. Sorry for the poor wording, but yes, that was the point. I already have everything on PC, but I want to play it on PS5. I was just wondering how they would handle the premium stash. Yeah, so that's the problem that a lot of people are running into right now, is the fact that Sony is trying to block that from happening. Sony does not want your Path of Exile 1 microtransactions to transfer to Path of Exile 2 if you play it on their platform. Yeah. Yeah. And it's really just because they want to try to get that money a second time off of you on the PlayStation Store. That's really all it comes down to. Sony better not buy from software. We're going to talk about that. I'm probably going to have to make a video on that, because like it's one of those things that like it fills me with unadulterated rage. But yeah, so we'll move on. We'll let them continue their little podcast thing. We don't know how long that's gonna be going on or anything like that. There's a couple of other things that I kind of wanted to get into today before we move on to anything else. Because we've already been streaming for almost 3 hours and we've spent it all on Path of Exile 2 so far. But we'll move on and we'll talk about a couple of other things real quick. I'll even is there anybody here that still has like a lot of time? Like, is there somebody here that still has time in the Path of Exile stuff for their drops? How many people is really what my question is, because I know we still have a lot of people on Twitch that are probably waiting around for drops. I don't want to screw you guys out of it. I'll just leave myself on the POE2 tab so you guys can still get your drops. You're at 77%. Okay. If we got a couple more, I'll what do you mean? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Horny test. You failed. You failed. I think the best part about the event was the fact that I got to meet up and hang out with my boy DM. I got to hang out with DM. I got to hang out with Moxie. He's a guide maker for like a lot of ARPGs and stuff like that. I used to watch the guy's videos back into like Borderlands 3 and stuff. I got to hang out with Wolfhard FPS, a bunch of other people. It was such a fucking cool time, man. It was just in general just like a really fucking fun, interesting, and cool time. Sony is telling its customers, we own you. Yeah, no shit. Sony is the type to make POE2 give them that 30% of all those microtransactions. Actually, you know what? You're probably not wrong, actually. There probably is a pretty good amount of people that are out there that are trying to do that. How can you see your drop progression? I think you can exclamation point drops, I think will automatically hit the like auto mod for yeah, their stream's going down. Stream delivered by New Zealand. Yeah. Yeah, drops earnable on this channel. Get rewards by watching Path of Exile while they're live in Path of Exile 2. View details. Yeah, you get the hands of Zeshit. Oh, it's the creepy hands. It's the creepy hand wings. That's what you get. Fuck. Now the creepiest thing that I've seen the entire time is now going to be on my account. Great. Great. Wolf is one of the nicest guys in this whole video game review sphere. He's a fucking gem. He's a gem. I'm gonna try to get him and I are going to hopefully in the near future. I want to go play golf with him. Once I found out he golfs too, I was like, hell yeah, dude. Well, you need to get your ass, you need to go and play. You need to play. That's it. There was something else that I missed. Is there anything else about the event that I can really talk about or that I want to? Not really. I don't really want to like I don't want to really want to like ruin like also like the topics for a video or anything like that. It's just my biggest takeaway is that it's kind of it's fucking crazy how good it is. It's just it's just crazy how good the game actually plays, like how smooth it is even in its and I think that's the other thing to keep in mind too. I played like I said, I played like 8 hours. I never had a single like performance hiccup, bug or anything like that. Nothing, man. The game ran like a fucking dream, and I can't wait to be able to I can't wait to be able to actually just like lay into it. It hasn't counted any of my time watching until now. How is that even the case? Drops are enabled. Let me double check real quick. Yeah, drops are enabled. Why can't I type in your Twitch chat? I don't know. Are you subscribed? Are you following or whatever? Are you banned? Are you banned? That might be the better question. No, I typed earlier. Yeah, we haven't had a Twitch mod on, so nobody would have banned you. Yeah,
Rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius.
I can't type in your
really
Twitch chat either. Why won't
and then you'll
YouTube
get
allow
really
that?
good maps
I have no
with
idea what
really
you're
good
talking
prefixes.
about. I don't know why.
And you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all.
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
You corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many mechanics stacked. To the
Not
point of,
anymore, Miss Anya.
So it sounds like the
Not
juicing is
anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part.
Welcome
of
to another layer of responsibility.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
Also, it looks kind of cool because now it looks like your moderator emblem is fighting the sword emblem from being a
structure of the
sub.
connections is quite open, so like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Like fighting each other.
You can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like choosing what you want is easy.
Oh, why can't he type on Twitch from
YouTube
chat? Oh yeah, no, because they're not. You can't combine both chats
go to
like
tower,
that.
you'll see some maps you want to play.
The only thing that I can do is like have
just a few
chat
other
on
maps away.
screen.
Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Yeah,
into
exactly.
the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it like rises slowly as he gets away from where the
YouTube should
so
have
that's how you kinda
drops.
get the towers
YouTube
to-
doesn't have any like.
So you
they
might see a
don't-
cluster of
They
towers.
don't care
up
about
somewhere.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the least bit.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes.
So
We actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps
like-
that haven't been run yet.
Yeah,
we,
some sort
we,
of
we have
weird
a few
yeah.
things. Like
around.
there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round. One that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But this we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully, it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore,
Yes.
which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down
Yes.
substantially.
Yep,
What sort of impact does that have?
it'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
I mean,
thing.
yeah. Now you're hunting. You're hunting certain valuable maps. You're hunting towers. You're hunting content. You're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
The
You're
tablets
hunting
and stuff like
unique
that. The
maps. Very
materials.
different thing for sure.
Yeah.
As opposed to, and then
Sounds
the
more
item is
interesting.
all about. I've just got a key. I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not
Yeah, I
instantly
think it's
like
way
finishing
cooler.
the campaign, very
I,
grounded.
like my
and now
biggest.
I'm in space. Like Path of
I
Exile
was
does
going to
have
ask.
that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So the mapping system was always this like.
Even if I Melathimba, even if I switch like switch topics or whatever, and like off of POE and like react to something or whatever, I'll just leave it in the like for any of the people that are still trying to get their drops, I'll just leave it in this category until it's filled. Not a big deal. I just keep myself in the same Twitch category and just not worry about it.
Moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we don't? There's a whole complicated thing we need to
I don't
figure
know.
out there.
Maybe it's because it had the interruption. I don't know, man. It's probably New Zealand. They're just coming after you guys. I think I got
So
mine.
we've got this
Mine's
1 in 4
delivered.
maps is boss maps, and then the other that means the
Yeah,
other 3
you're
are not
eligible
boss
now.
maps.
Yes.
Yeah, I got
What does a
mine. I
non-boss
don't
map
understand.
look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. That are like a
good.
marker, just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world. You're bringing order back. Stuff like that. So you even get the thing on.
I like the idea in general of just moving across the map rather than like looking for rare map drops and stuff like that. Like that was kind of one of the bigger pains in the ass that I had when it came to playing Path of Exile, where it's like I was trying to do the map stuff for the first time. And Phil, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. I was trying to do the maps for the first time, and I just could not get the map that I needed. I just could not get it. I couldn't buy it from the vendor. It wasn't dropping from the other maps that were over there, and I just couldn't get it, man. And I'm like sitting there and I put like hours in and I still couldn't get it. And after a while, it ended up actually leading to me just kind of giving up, more or less just because the fact I had other games I had to play. I gotta keep it moving, baby. I gotta keep it moving. It's not that I wouldn't want it. If I would have got the map, I would have kept going for sure. But the thing is, it got to be kind of frustrating that I wasn't able to progress the way that I wanted to. And then also at the same time, because the fact they have this like interwoven, because they had like the interwoven talent tree for the for maps for the Atlas, like the Atlas tree or whatever. I had like some confusion with that as well, and I ran into some issues there, and then I ended up having to like backtrack, and I needed to like refund and stuff, and I'm like, I just I don't really have the time for this. There was other games I think that were coming out like right around the same time that I needed to get ready for, and other videos and stuff that I needed to work on, writing and whatnot, and research. I just kind of walked away from it. I think the idea of them moving more towards like I'm just traversing a map is much cooler in general. I think it's much more intuitive. While and I think like in a lot of cases when it comes to some of the bigger changes that they've made to make the game a little bit more accessible, I think that in a lot of cases when we look at games like Diablo 4 and stuff like that, I think a lot of those games will end up kind of removing things to, you know, dumb down the game because they feel like the players are too stupid to figure it out, you know, if they did try to make it any more complicated than what it is. And you don't ever want to make anything complex for complexity's sake. You want to make it complex for, you know, for value's sake more than anything else. You want depth, not necessarily complexity. And I think in a lot of cases, when you look across a lot of the content that they've changed in Path of Exile 2 and a lot of the changes that you're going to end up seeing, a lot of this stuff is like meaningful changes that are just removing like that complexity for complexity's sake that in a lot of cases was probably just, it was kind of ruining the overall experience in some ways. I think that a lot of people are really they're going to enjoy a lot of this.
Or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting and from that you're getting the you know the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and. Or or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Like they're like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And things like
So
that
initially, we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah. So you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah. Cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
really
internally, we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the POE1 connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and like doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile
I think that's really
artwork
cool.
we can use there and make that all awesome and nice.
I think it's really cool that they basically just gave themselves like the groundwork to be able to bring back some of these older League mechanics and just apply it into the new game and not have to do a lot of the legwork. Like they basically already have a structure in place where they can just kind of like drag and drop, and bam, you got a new league.
Now we have minimum that's a world where
Minimum
you had
vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right? I don't. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like,
so
I'm like
good
in a
in this.
city and there's a rare spider, you know. You can just get way more epic and way more you know, involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel.
I still need to play. I still,
Alright.
I'm,
Oh, there's lots for
I
us to
might
look
try that
forward to
one.
there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but
Yeah.
there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like
Oh, yeah.
we've got,
So there's
you know,
stuff coming
there's
already.
stuff coming along. It's just a
Wow.
question of like, you know, when we actually get
That's
there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in POE 1.
Yeah.
That you know, you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way
Thanks,
that
William.
the
Appreciate
base
that, man.
mods
Thank you
scale
so
on
much.
items and the, you know, like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that
Monster Hunter
as you
Wilds
find
and
new base types and new
POE2,
things, like you've got a reason to craft
but
them.
nice to see
You know,
how-
part of that is making sure that you know, you've got enough of that currency. You know, it actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often.
Oh,
there's
I
just
see what you're
this thing
saying.
of
Monster
cementing
Hunter
your
Wilds
mind of
in
like,
POE2 would be
you
nice.
know,
You're
this
talking
is-
about
this is
bestiary.
rare,
I
right? Like
get
it's
what
an
you're saying
Exalt.
now.
How can it possibly drop like, you know, multiple times in Act 1? You know, like it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like, I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't
you
allowed
can
to
craft
before.
relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. You know, there's so many more item types that can
It
be
adds
crafted.
so much more value to the dropped item
Exactly,
as well.
exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up.
Well,
a
because it's
huge
really
amount there.
easy for you to be able to lose all the value in it
also
because you
has-
can't scour
and
it
this
anymore,
wasn't
right?
necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the
2 hour
the
GGG
game of,
podcast
like,
kind of
I'm
wild.
just gonna
Hey,
click,
there's nothing
click,
wrong
click,
with it.
click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the myth.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You
a
are
few
still
times.
I want that puzzle box,
reforging
man.
and metacrafting things.
Oh yeah,
You've
yeah.
got
We've still got stuff
annuls,
like that, right? We've
you've
got annals and you've got
chaos that does
but that stuff
add
is
remove.
higher up. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of more of a later game
It's
thing.
not
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's stuff to do there, and like, you know, like the metacrafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like, there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, you know, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like, make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff,
The more I hear about POE2, the more I want it. Hey,
I am
man.
not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed. And we
December's
need to
gonna be a
drop more
good
of them.
month.
And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping. You know, and
They wouldn't want to pay
you know, there's the cool
$480
things
for a
about it
game.
as well,
What are you
which are the
talking
subtle
about?
things
You don't
like
have to pay
a boss is way
$480
more
for it.
likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because again, rarity affects
rarity
that as well
matters, yeah.
now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them. And
You can pay
there's
$30
heaps of
to get
awesome
into the
stuff
early
around that,
access,
but
and
we're
then
actually
the
now
game's
finding
free to
people
play
are
after
exalting
that.
gear during the
If you wanted to get
campaign,
into early
throwing it on
access, but you
weapons
don't
and
have to,
building
you can just wait for the
weapons from
game's
scratch.
full.
find
You
a
can just
very
wait for the
good
game's full release.
transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt.
LD,
You know,
are
that
you an
process is,
Opeth
like,
fan?
Transmute.
They have a new album that drops
Org,
tonight?
Regal,
I haven't listened
Exalt
to
is like a
Opeth in a
thing
while.
that you're
I do
doing
like 'em, though.
often.
Yeah.
And like enjoy, and you know, like, and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours.
Everybody
I'm
on this
most of the way
platform,
through Act 2 on my
bro,
Mercenary,
you
and
literally
I've
came in
found
here
maybe
and
6 or
fucking
7.
lied. What are you talking about? Go ahead, dude. Stand on your business. Tell me how it's a $480 game when literally you go to the website and buy the early access for $30. What the fuck are you talking about? Say your piece, man. Stand on your business. Where's your fucking proof? Talk about getting defensive. Goofy ass. I think POE2. I think POE2 is the right time. Yeah, I don't think there's any really big releases in December, is there? I'm sorry, man. Like, it's just goofy as shit to watch somebody like walk in and be like, nobody wants to buy a $480 game. And then when somebody says you're wrong, he goes, everybody on this platform's defensive. Why won't you let me lie? Fucking dumbass. The fuck? What kind of world do we live in anymore? Every time somebody's wrong, they're the fucking victim. Got the drop? That's what I'm talking about.
Where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character.
Weird that they say they are defensive when they just got corrected. I know, that's what I'm saying.
Really,
like, what are you talking about, dude?
Now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved.
Maybe you read my
Minecraft
comment from
exception.
before.
We went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing.
No.
We implemented tons of...
No, because they immediately responded afterwards saying, no shit, but there's a $480 pack if you want. Why is and then immediately goes into like, fuck it, and then they are the ones that become defensive when they're proven wrong. And then they insult people instead. Like, fuck, grow the fuck up.
I myself, honestly, was too slow to recognize.
Bro, that's
the
like
fact that
saying like who wants to buy a fucking $150,000
car.
car.
Stuff originally came from the Valor.
Well, you don't have to buy a $150,000 car.
I don't know who came up with it.
It's there for the people that like to splurge because they're enthusiasts.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system.
Too many instances of people spending way more than $400, $480 in games that aren't Path of Exile. Game players.
I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts.
Yeah.
So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the
Christmas will be magical once POE.
But I think the customization
it's coming before Christmas.
Sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, So,
So I was worried that, some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely.
Billy, don't make this weird, man.
That's what it's all about, right?
There's so...
Why you gotta be talking away when I'm like cleaning food out of my mouth? I need to put these pretzels are dangerous. I'm gonna be real with you guys.
got blue and yellow
I feel like
chests
if I
you can
just
find
left
now.
like
And we've changed the
bag of pretzels
world
open for any
generation so
long,
that if a
like,
dead end is generated,
the whole thing would be
the chance
gone.
that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
yeah,
when that
effectively. So
happens.
like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like, you know, as far as item drops go, that like, oh, like
GGG
it
makes me
feels
feel like
intentional, right? Like, oh, I
Relogic.
went down
I only
this
spent
into this dead end
$5 on
room. But look, there was a
Terraria,
rare chest there, so I feel
and I
happy
bought the
about it.
game
You know,
for a
like that
few
kind of thing
friends,
is
and I still feel
really cool.
I still feel I scammed them
so,
somehow.
There's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also
I
things like
robbed
you
robbed
get better currency
Relogic.
rather than just
Yeah.
you know, that means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good
Like just
shit.
as an example,
as opposed to just lots of shit.
534 hours
So,
in
you know,
base.
that's I'm a big fan of how
That's
it's do. I
just
think it's a lot better.
base
But it does
Terraria.
mean though, of course, if you're a POE1 player and you see a boss kill,
Now you go
like
and
the
you
number
double
of, like,
that
the expectation
for
of like
Calamity.
because a POE1
Right, it's
player
not Calamity,
sees
but you
like
get what I'm saying. I mean,
looks at the amount of
basically,
spam on the screen.
D-mod
to some
loader is
to some
basically
level, as the way of,
basically
like, knowing,
Calamity
how good the
mod
drops
loader.
were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
kind
have
of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like,
Share snacks
ideally,
with
you
the
kill
class.
a boss and you pick every item it drops up. You know, like that is to me is a win. And I think
Rookie numbers in vanilla, bro. I've done everything in vanilla.
I quite like how
Everything.
The exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a
the more
player
you
who's struggling,
the more
is
you explore, the
exploring
more stuff.
And
you
now
find.
I'm like,
And that's
now
true
I'm
as well
basically in
for
the place when it
optional
comes to
encounters
like
around
when
the
it comes to
places.
playing Terraria. Now I'm basically in that spot where I'm like, if I'm gonna load it up, I'm gonna load up a modded version of it just because I want more stuff. I always consider getting another playthrough. Everybody always considers another playthrough. That's usually following their last playthrough.
A rare caster item and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again.
Have you ever gotten a
They keep on
geode in
respawning and they
vanilla?
would
Yeah,
never
I have
be like,
actually.
oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in POE2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things. That
there's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
There's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah,
you're right, LD. Stalker 2 is proper fun.
I was using the map thing a lot.
I'm happy people are enjoying it. I'm looking forward to firing it up
to be
pretty soon.
completionist
We're
about
gonna fire
it.
it up here in a minute.
But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you like find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But yeah, there's a few different conditions that.
I'm gonna leave myself in the PoE category for people that are still trying to get their drops. But I'm gonna cover a couple of things and then get ready to stream. Some Stalker 2 because I want to play a little bit of it. One thing I don't know if you're aware of, if you watch your streams on YouTube, your audio is so low. Your audio is so low that when the ads come on, it's a flashbang. Really? I wonder why that is. That's kind of crazy because like I'm just under peaking audio on my my mixing board right now. Yeah, it's weird only on your channel. Huh. I wonder why that is. Is it like that for like YouTube videos or is it just like that for like streams? Stalker 2 is great. I don't know what I don't know how people play on controller. Yeah, that'd be tough. Yeah, maybe it's the ads are too loud. I try to make sure that like my audio is balanced in a way that it's like my audio is balanced in a way that it's not that big of a deal. YouTube stream is a little on the quiet side. Yeah, I think it's just the ads that are on YouTube are stupid loud. I much more prefer me blaming it on YouTube than it being my fault. You know what I mean? Like, why ever try to blame it on yourself when it's somebody else's fault? And so that's what I think. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Always blame YouTube if you can. Yeah, that's what I'll always do. Always blame the platform, not the not the creator. That's the way you do it. I'll save the Reddit stuff for tomorrow. There was like a couple of things that I brought up on here that I was trying to look at. I saw Helldivers 2 won Game of the Year, Golden Joysticks Game of the Year 2020, 2024. You know what I mean? 2024. Elgarin, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s. Thank you so much, man. Speaking of YouTube ads, never that I saw them. Have these. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, brother. So, you know, like, there's people that are going to be a little bit divisive about this because of the fact that, like, Helldivers 2 had such, like, a rocky period after its launch. The whole PlayStation drama and then the balancing issues and the content issues and, like, all of these different things, you know, kind of stacking up all at once and becoming, like, a bigger and bigger problem. Just console game of the year. Yeah, I know. Black Myth Wukong won Ultimate Game of the Year. I think that's fucking awesome, dude. I think that's awesome. It's so good to hear that, like, it's so good to hear that they're actually going to get the recognition that they deserve. I was a little bit nervous because they put, I mean, understand my perspective on this, where it's like, you see the Golden Joystick Awards also include Dragon Age the Veilguard in Game of the Year contender. And it's like, are you sure about that? Like, are you sure about that one? Like, you know, like, it's, you know, I think for, like, most people, it's like, I mean, for the people that like the game, I think it's fine. Like, it's a fine game, but I don't think it's a game to be, like, worthy of that. Not by any means. Not with all the complaints that we saw, right? But I'm still happy to see that that Helldivers 2 won console game of the year. I think this is, like, I think it's fully deserved. They've also worked on their game quite a lot. They've also, like, revived it quite a lot as well, right? Like, if you go and you look, I mean, 20,000. Man, they're already starting to go back down again. I'll be honest with you guys. It's kind of like I said before. I just don't think that the like I think it's well. Okay. I think it's well supported by its community. I think that they mean well. But I just do not see this as a game that's ever going to sit in the reigning spot of, like, 40 to, like, 60,000 players at any given time. I personally think that, like, 30 to 25,000 is probably where it's really going to, like, realistically stay at. And the reason why I think that is because, like, I just don't see enough meaningful progression for players to want to constantly go back and play the game over and over and over and over again. I just... in the range of, like, 30 to 90K. Well, and 90K, like, I would say, like, 70K be, like, I wouldn't say 90. I mean, 90 on, like, a massive content drop. Like, here's the thing. The minute that they introduce the, like, Illuminate, sure, for sure, I could see the game jumping up to like peaking at like over 100,000 players. Yeah, because that's a meaningful amount of content that I think is going to take. It does enough to bring enough players back. But the problem is that like without any type of like, I like without any type of like character progression systems or anything like that, I just don't see it, man. I just don't see it. I think if they would have leaned harder into the extraction element of it, where it was this like PvE extraction, 4-player extraction game where you jump into these planets and like recover materials to like make weapons on your ship and upgrade those weapons and upgrade your armor and things like that. And then, if you died on the planet and like failed extract or something, then, maybe you could like lose some shit. And then, then you're creating a bit of a gameplay loop that I think players would continue to come back for. But, without the competitive elements and with it strictly being PvE and not having any type of like meaningful progression, after you have, after you've, slammed the game for, a month long, you're basically fucking done, right? Like if I go to play Helldivers 2 right now, it's not really going to be that much different than what it is. And I think that like even I had a picture of like what the game was going to look like, but it still hasn't really met to like what direction I thought they were going in with the game. Either way, I think like as a video game, even as a multiplayer game, setting the live service side of it apart, I think it's still just a great video game. I think that it's awesome. It just sucks that it really does suck with, what Sony ended up doing to this, right? Because they basically clipped this game's wings before it could even fly. Like it was soaring and then they were like, nah, let's remove this. Let's make this game only available to play in 19 countries. Like the fact that you have these companies that come out and talk about how in the future they're picturing that there are less players to play, less players buying games, and that they think less people are going to be buying consoles. Well, it's like, no shit, Sherlock. What do you expect to happen when you're not making your game available in every place it possibly could be available in? What are you thinking when when your games are not able to be purchased or played in 180 countries, in over 90% of the world? Like, am I the crazy one here? I think they curbed it to open the way for Concord. That would be a really funny conspiracy. That'd be a very funny conspiracy. Especially because I don't necessarily like the reason why I say it would be a conspiracy is because I don't personally view the player base being the same or having the same kind of interest. I haven't played it, but I watch content because I'm interested, but not enough to get it. I expect something similar to Warframe, with boots on the ground. Yeah, I mean, like, kind of. Like, I think it would have been kind of cool to have something like that. Sony and Helldivers 2 community leader killed Helldivers 2. It's not community leader. It was the Helldivers 2 like entire moderation staff. It was their community manager. It was their Discord moderators. It was their Reddit moderators. It was their own developers going on like fucking Reddit and talking shit to the players when the players were upset about weapon balance changes. Only for them to go back and change all those things. Literally all of it. Like roll back all of those all the weapon stuff, right? Do you guys remember that? One of their developers, the developer that was in charge of balancing, had gone on the Reddit to talk shit to the people that didn't like the balance changes, to go into the comment section and be like, a game made for no one is a game, a game made for everyone's not a game made for no one, or whatever. Like talking shit like that. I was sitting there like, bro. Huh. Like, it's so out of touch. It was so out of touch. And like defending the changes that they made and this. And I'm like, I don't think you fucking get it, bro. Like, you literally, like, because of how your game plays, like, as an example, like, it was like what was it? The Railgun. Railgun was useless. God, it was so bad. Oh God, they turned it into garbage and they tried to defend it. And I'm like, bro, nobody even uses it anymore. Like, these are the guys that were looking at the stat sheets. Like, what does it tell you when like 5% of players are now using one weapon? Like, only like it's barely ever getting used. Goofy. Either way, still, I think this is well deserved. I think the console game of the year is definitely well deserved on this one. I'm kind of actually a little bit surprised that it didn't end up going to Astrobot, but it's probably because a lot less people played Astrobot, to be fair. I think Astrobot's like one of those games that you see and you could look at and go, oh yeah, that looks really good, but it's just not a game that I'm actually going to play, right? Like, I could play Astrobot if I wanted to, and I watched the gameplay of it and was like, yeah, it looks pretty cool. But I'm probably not going to buy it and play it. Probably not going to buy it and play it. Stalker 2 already surpassed Dragon Age the Veilguard in less than an hour. An indie game built by a team in the middle of a war already surpassed one of BioWare's biggest IPs that was in development for 10 years, published by EA. The media pushed it as a big success. I mean, I would probably, yeah, I mean, it's, people have been waiting 14 years, I think, for a new Stalker game. So I mean, like the anticipation behind them is probably about the same. And the thing is too is that now that I think about it, like the Dragon Age franchise is much bigger than the Stalker franchise is. Mind you, I think that there's there was a lot more anticipation around Stalker, specifically because I know that like there's like a couple Stalker mods that have gone like super mainstream, if I'm not mistaken. Right, like it's what is it? Gamma and Anomaly are the two that like have gone like fucking viral and people went wild for over the last couple of years, and that probably has had a lot to do with building up the game as well. Slavjank defeats Western Slop, rightfully so. Yeah. Probably costs less to make too. Yeah, I would guarantee it probably costs less to make for sure. Yeah. Well, they used I don't know. They've been developing this for like 14 years, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. On off or something. I was never a fan of in dev for X years phrases because in reality the game was either shelved or restarted multiple times with multiple different people cycling through the project. True. I mean, but the thing is that the company was still regardless spending 10 years paying to make this game, right? So like even with like the changes of hands and stuff like that, like the more time and money you invest into something from the perspective of the industry, that is supposed to result in a higher quality product. But that doesn't necessarily end up being the case in a lot of cases, right? Avowed got rebooted several times. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. But that doesn't mean that they never stopped paying for it. So I think in a lot of cases, like, when you're making those reiterations and stuff, that's part of the improvement process. So like, I don't want to pretend like, just because they changed developers and they changed ideas and stuff, I don't want to pretend like that's not a part of the improvement process. That's supposed to be a part of the process. Look at Dragon Age the Veilguard as an example, right? In that 10 years, at first it was a live service game that they were making. And then they said, no, we're not going to do that. And they flipped it and it became a single player game. That's part of the improvement process. So, the years in development end up being the fire that is forging the very game that we're playing, right? And it's Star Citizen. You know what the thing is that for Star Citizen, like all the memes aside, the engine for that game and like what it's able to potentially accomplish is fucking crazy. Like it very much is kind of like a research project more than an actual video game, but it's a crazy research project that has the potential to actually like move gaming into realms that we've never been in before. I think a really good example of that is that engine that they were working on where they're being able to make you like seamlessly travel into like other servers, like no load screens or anything like that. And like how you could technically like fire on ships in another server that's across from you and you guys could see each other in real time. Like there's some like wild tech that's in that shit, right? Wild tech that's in that. So like again, it's part of that development process. It's part of like when you give these things enough time, there's some crazy shit that can end up happening. Does that mean that in a lot of cases these games end up getting scoped out to the point where they can never even be released in the first place? Of course. Of course. I think probably one of the best examples of this is Beyond Good and Evil 2. Hasn't that game been in development for like 20 years? Ubisoft's never going to release that game. I'll play Star Citizen when I'm old. Let's be real. None of us here are ever going to actually play Star Citizen. It'll be generations down the line. And by then, Star Citizen won't even be a video game. It'll actually be a space trainer for space combat in the future space wars. That's what's gonna end up happening. That's what's gonna end up happening. What do I want? That's what's gonna end up happening. Imagine the DoD commissioned that game for the Space Force. That's actually kind of believable. It's kind of believable. We're gonna make the people fund our space military program. I mean, they do that with their taxes, but now we're gonna do it through like direct payment instead. The VR game fantasy novels right all along, basically, yeah. Beyond Good and Evil 2 has gotten shelved like 2 or 3 times since its first reveal. Yeah. 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 Bro, some people have been posting this and like showing that like how much they've been watching the channel and stuff. That's fucking crazy. Top 0.1%. You've watched Legendary drops 116 times as much as the average viewer. Fucking elite. Elite. There was another few of these that I saw people tag me in as well. Like I got some pretty like wildly high praise where people are like, it was like skill up and then me, or like Asmongold and then me, and I'm like, that's fucking wild, dude. Sven did mention he would make another Divinity Original Sin game after a long break. Well, I mean, they're developing 2 games right now, right? So I'd imagine that the 2 games they're making, one of them is probably a Divinity game. What the fuck, Helgrand? I look forward to the day that I can sniff Sony nanobots to play a PS9 game. Okay. So here we go. So on the release of the game, GSC, Games World Team, put out a letter to the fans letting them know what's going on. Okay? Let's go ahead and read this. Dear Stalkers, it feels utterly unreal to say, but Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl is out. That's totally wild. So is the development story. Despite all odds, it's here. Our biggest game, our own story, our love letter to Ukraine. After more than 15 years, the door of the zone are open once again. Doors of the zone. This is very important, very exciting, and a very memorable day for all of us. Stalker is meaningful in its own way for each fan. We hope that those who have been familiar with the universe for a long time will immediately feel at home and recognize that it's the very same Stalker. For all newcomers, we hope you immerse yourselves in our magical, alien, and all-powerful zone and feel its unique emotions will stay with us for a long time. This is a project of endless love and passion from the entire team. We genuinely believe that this is felt throughout. You'll feel it in the handcrafted world. You'll feel it in the laboratory and in the poppy fields, or during the first mission, or intense battle with a bloodsucker, or a stylish reload of your favorite new gun, or first seeing Pripyat under the moonlight. There are so many things. There's so many things in this game that we're incredibly proud of. Nevertheless, Stalker 2 is a massive game. We understand that in such a game, there may be rough edges. We literally haven't released anything of this scale before. We're absolutely committed to being here, monitoring your feedback, and quickly fixing issues that need our attention. In the first days of release, we'll be working on hot fixes, rolling them out as precisely as possible, but as frequently as we can. Then we'll switch to larger updates that include constant improvements. There will always be free in-game content. We'll share its roadmap in late December. We have big plans for the Stalker universe. In a way, today is both a return and a beginning of a grand journey. We are blessed to have you. We were blessed to have you before. We're blessed to have you now. The zone belongs to you. Have fun with love. GSC Game World Team. So, along with this, I also ended up seeing this. So the Stalker subreddit, for the most part, has been a little bit on the meltdown. And like it's been going back and forth, right? So like you have like a bit of like the Stalker community, like the ingrained fans, the battle hardened fans that are out there that are trying to do their best to say, like, you know, this game is basically what we expected it to be, like so far as like bugs, issues, and things like that. And we're fine with it. We know that the game is going to get better. We finally just have more Stalker to play, and that's really what people are the most excited for. And then they also, similar very much to the Bethesda community, are very much in the line of, you know, it's going to get modded. And that's really what they were looking forward to, was the fact that there's going to be a new framework for mods to be built on top of the existing game. I think that's awesome. I think that's really cool. When it comes to the quality of the game's launch, and we're going to play it ourselves and see, you know, how it actually plays for me. I know it plays differently for a lot of people. I've talked to a couple people that have had like no issues at all playing the game. I've seen people have tons of issues playing the game. It just kind of depends on the person, their setup, their silicon, a lot of different factors. But with that said, like I'll say this, like as a consumer, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for you to ever have to capitulate for quality in your games. You know, I personally, like, the thing is that I'm going to say this. I am going to be generous with this game because I understand the you know, the situation in which this game was developed under, right? You're creating a game in a war zone. Mind you, they've been developing this game for longer than the war has been going on, but a lot of the polishing takes place in the, you know, last couple years of development. While some content is still being put in place, for sure, they're still developing new things and putting other stuff in the game. A lot of the cleanup work ends up in the last couple of years. And when you split your studio, when you split your people, when you have to run from an ongoing war, when you have employees that are getting drafted, obviously that's going to cause a lot of issues for this company to be able to get this game done. Now, personally, one thing that the thing is that, like, you know, be real about it. You know, they say, nevertheless, Stalker 2 is a massive game. So, like, in this, it kind of feels like they're more or less like, hey, we know the game is in a rough place. we're going to be rolling out like updates and all these different things and yada yada yada. You know, but it kind of feels like they're blaming it on the size of the game. I wouldn't have done that personally. I would have just said like, hey, for real, this is the reason why we you know, why we ran into issues. And then what I would have done personally, and this is just me looking at it from like a business perspective more than anything else, to be able to avoid any drama surrounding this at all, I would have released the game into early access at a discounted price. allow people in early if they want to support the game and its active development. Because from my perspective, it still is a game in early access. This is kind of like buying a full price game into early access. That's just my perspective on it. It's just don't kill the messenger. Blake with the $5 says for some people for some people, myself included, it's just that I'm tired of buggy launches, and it's been extremely common. Yeah, and I think in a lot of the cases, the thing is that like where the players and consumers would likely be a little bit more forgiving and understanding, we're not going to be as forgiving and understanding with games that we otherwise probably should be a little bit more. But from my perspective, like the consumer's always right in matters of taste, and also in matters of consequence when it comes to the money that they're spending. And like we don't have to be understanding. I'm buying a product. So what you're telling me is, like, if I'm looking at it literally, what you're telling me is you're selling me a game that wasn't finished and telling me that you're going to fix it later. Well, don't expect players to be okay with that. But at the same time, if that's the case, you need to make that shit known. Like, I mean, you need to scream it from the rooftops. Hey, our game has a lot of issues. If you want to buy it, you can. We totally understand if you don't. We're working on it to fix it and get it into the right case. That's the reason why I say I wish that they just would have launched into early access, because then likely what's going on, and the reason why they had to launch it on the date that they did, is because they're probably running on the red line of funding. That's likely what's going on here. They're running on the red line of funding, and they're like, we gotta make money. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to finish this game or get it launched or anything like that. Wasn't it also promoted with Xbox? So there could or can't be some stipulations for the deadlines. I mean, well, so yeah, because Xbox paid for, I think, like first year exclusivity on it and marketing rights, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, again, it's going to cause even more issues for them to be able to get the game in a launch state and whatnot. Because you got to think about it, like they also paid for like console parity between the Xbox Series S and Series X, which is going to make even more issues for the release. Which I would take a wild guess and say because of the fact. Oh no, it's not a wild guess. It's just a fact. Because Xbox paid for this, that means that they likely have been spending most of their time optimizing the game for console and not for PC. And a lot of the issues people are having are actually on PC, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's very base that they made this during the war. Well, I mean, like, they were making it before the war even happened. And it's like, you know, you don't just like quit your job and just sit in your house and wait for things to happen. They got to continue doing what they're doing, right? While like some of their people got conscripted and ended up having to go to war, and a lot of, or drafted, whatever you want to call it, and go to war, they still had to finish the game. They still had a company to run. They still had, you know, families to feed and things like that. And there was probably no time rather than now to make sure that they kept working on the game. And that's why they just kept pushing forward with it. They practically wanted the money early and are now promising to finish it. They could have announced a Patreon. People would have supported it. And that's my whole thing, too, is that, like, I think in a lot of cases, like, it wouldn't be Patreon. It's not even Patreon. Like, just release the game into early access. If you know you need another 6 months of development to get this game right, but you need the money now, otherwise you're not going to be able to make it, and Xbox and here's the problem though. Chances are the reason why they didn't do that is because of the Xbox part of the situation. Xbox is probably sitting there like, we need you guys to meet that deadline. We need you to meet that deadline. You know, we gave you money to market this game. We need this. You need to meet that deadline. So chances are it actually has nothing to do with the choice of the company. It probably actually more or less comes down to the Xbox situation more than anything else. If Xbox wasn't involved, then there's a really good chance that this game probably would have released into early access a while ago. That's what my opinion is. One thing that I will say though is that they said specifically, you know, we're taking in all feedback, we're paying attention and all that stuff. They're not bullshitting. A guy posted on the subreddit today talking about, you know, his experience with the game. You know, saying that there's a bunch of issues that he ran into with like AI and whatnot like that. Immediately, within 8 hours, one of the developers from or the community manager from Stalker 2 already posted on it. You know, pinned a submit request for people to be able to do what they need to do. I've already seen the developers also post that said, you know, hey, if the game's not working for you, go ahead and refund it. We totally understand. It is what it is. They're directly responding to all feedback when they get the opportunity to. They're logging it, and they're doing their best to be able to fix it as quickly as they possibly can. So at the very least, like, they are working on it. Like, no bullshit, they're working on it. There's probably a better way to launch this, but we can only guess the situation until they release more details, which they likely wouldn't release any more details, to be honest with you. If it's a partnership between Xbox and GSC, you're not going to hear anything about it. How broken is the game? I haven't seen anything on it. Of it, I don't know. I've seen some people say it's unplayable. I've seen people not even able to play it. Like, I saw Asmongold, he couldn't even get the game to launch. But then again, I think he's been having CPU issues for a while, and he still hasn't. He never sent. If I'm remembering correctly, I think that there was. I thought he was gonna send his like CPU to like Gamers Nexus, and they were gonna cut it in half, and they were gonna like study his GPU or CPU. Sorry. To be fair, yeah, faulty CPU. That's what I think. That's really what it's coming down to. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Like, I understand that like Intel sometimes can get a little bit higher performance. Personally, myself, I'm just gonna stick with AMD because it's consistent. I don't need like the crazy overclocked peaks to be able to hit like 240 frames per second and shit. I just want my games to run smooth, and I want my computer to be reliable. That's it. That scandal killed my trust in Intel. I never really liked Intel to begin with, to be honest with you. He didn't even stream today. He likely is probably getting his computer worked on. Or replacing. If I had to take a wild guess. There's nothing more frustrating. There's nothing. I'm going to tell you guys right now. There is nothing more frustrating than having a stream filled with viewers and you unable to be able to play the game or do the things that you planned on doing. Nothing more frustrating. Can you do a react to the Star Wars update 1.4 trailer? I don't want to watch Star Wars. Why would I want to watch Star Wars Outlaws? I've already fucking dunked on that game enough. I saw what they did to Star Wars Outlaws. I saw that they made it where no longer what is it? If you get seen in stealth, you can just go into combat now. Ubisoft is dying. What's the point of engaging with them at all? I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to engage with them. Do you think I'm not going to do like a 1 month later update? Like, I haven't talked about Ubisoft in a video in over a month now. It's actually really funny. These fucking assholes. These fucking assholes. Like, there's people that are like commenting like, all this dude does is make videos about Ubisoft. I made 3. It's like, what the fuck? I made 3 videos. Oh, I mean their games? Yeah, I'm never gonna just like focus on their games. A month is as far as you're able to remain sober. Noted. Damn, dude. That's a fucking shot in the gut, man. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure, or I'm pretty much ignoring any official Star Wars stuff from nowadays. I would too, to be honest with you. A lot of it hasn't really been hitting the mark. Well, I did hear that, didn't they have one show that recently came out that people really liked? Imagine making a trailer for an update. I don't think people really fully understand. Like Andor, that was the one. People really liked Andor. I think that like I don't think people really understand like how desperate that company is right now. Like, I mean, like they've had like no success. Not, this is like an aggregate, right? This isn't even their full stock, but like they just fucking cannot win. They just cannot win. They recovered by like 30 cents, but like their fucking investors keep walking away. I mean, I don't blame them. Like, I don't like nothing good's gonna come from them for a while. I love watching Ubisoft take L after L. I've noticed that people like watching Ubisoft fail. It's really funny. I'm gonna end up having to make a video about this. Like I gotta figure out exactly like what I want to talk about. I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, this sucks. There's no, like, this sucks all around. Like, this sucks from every angle. Like, the thing is that not only is it like, oh, okay, so Elden Ring, so not only is it FromSoft going to Sony permanently, but also at the exact same time, it's Kadokawa, and with that, they're also getting all of their anime and all of their manga, which, I mean, Sony is already an effective monopoly in manga and anime, and now they're going to be even worse. Like from all angles, this deal sucks for consumers across the fucking board. Why isn't the FTC getting involved with monopolies, or is it because they're both in Japan? I think it's because they're both in Japan, so they can probably skirt the rule. However, both companies are big enough and are in so many different sectors and so many different economies around the world that they likely still will have to get the deal approved by the FTC and by the what's the European one called? Like European Trade Commission or whatever, I guess. Time to get all anime manga fucked up, just like Funimation and Crunchyroll was. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's literally you're gonna watch everything on Crunchyroll, which means Crunchyroll premiums will go up. Yeah, this is like one of those situations in which the investors love it, and the consumers are the ones that get screwed. And I think what's like really sad is like this is also what's really sad about this is that, like, of course you see people like drag this into like a console war discussion. So you see like Sony fans being like, yeah, and I'm like, you fucking idiots. God, you're so stupid. God, it's just like the people that were like so excited for Activision Blizzard to be purchased by Xbox. And I was the one screaming for any of the people that were here during that time. This is a while ago, but before the purchase of Activision Blizzard went through, I kept screaming from the mountaintops. I'm like, please don't fucking let this happen. Like, please don't, because if it does, what's going to end up happening is that it's now going to threaten Sony, and it's going to threaten Nintendo in some way. It's going to put a little added pressure on them, and the first thing that they're going to do is they're going to go buy somebody big too, because that's how this whole thing works. It just starts a buying war to the point where, like, you're just going to have no fucking choice as a consumer anymore. I hate it, man. I hate it. This is like Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard started a market consolidation that we have not seen the end of. Yeah, whoever wins isn't going to be us. Ain't that the fucking truth? God be praised to Gavin. But the thing is that, like, I mean, yeah. The only problem, like, one of the issues I have from, like, a gaming perspective with this is that, like, just purely with gaming, is that, like, you're going to get PSN requirements. You're going to get staggered release on PC. Defied, thank you for the Prime. You're going to get staggered release on PC. You're going to get PlayStation exclusivity. You're going to get live service out of companies that have no business and no care to make a live service game. You're going to get the IP sold off to a bunch of other companies to be able to copy and do things with and make more money off of. You're going to get, I mean, quite literally every toxic thing you could possibly think of will fucking happen. Sony is desperate and does desperate things. Nintendo already attacked them with the Pal World because of that. Yeah. Katakawa needs Sony? What do you mean Katakawa? How is Katakawa, like, I don't even think it's that, like, Katakawa's business is fine. They're not going out of business. The problem is that what ends up happening is, well, they need Sony because Sony's already cornered the fucking market. They're an effective monopoly in manga and anime. That's the reason why Katakawa would need Sony in the first place, is because they're the ones that put them in that position in the first place. From GamerRanks, this is a hostile takeover. It's a hostile takeover from Katakawa. Huh? Out of context, that doesn't really make any sense to me. Oh, from Cacao. Oh. I still don't like it. I still don't like it. I don't like it either way. Is it hostile takeover? So what? The dumbasses sold too many shares? Is that what it is? Okay, I'll take a look at this. Let me use the bathroom. Hold on. Give me uno momento. Okay. Okay. Zooming. Enhance. All right. Rumor from software owner Katakawa may have approached Sony themselves to block a hostile takeover from Kakao. That's right, folks. The whole thing is now drawing K-pop into it too. Oh my god. We have some new. Okay, it says as we reported yesterday, Katakawa officially confirmed that Sony has made an offer, but they have yet to make a decision. As shared on Gaming Leaks and Rumors, Shinobi 602 theorized that this may actually have something to do with with another current Katakawa shareholder, Kakao. Kakao, Katakawa, and Sony are all giant conglomerates with their hands deep in different businesses. Unlike Katakawa and Sony, Kakao is from South Korea, and their core business is Kakao Talk, a messaging app that is #1 in both revenue for both iOS and Android in their home country. Kakao's scope of business includes online banking, transportation, e-commerce, and of course, entertainment. Kakao Entertainment makes movies and shows, and yes, they produce K-pop. They also own the original Webtoon online comic book platform. Oh, okay. Kakao does not have a good reputation despite its financial success. We're talking about a company whose founder was embroiled in a gambling scandal from when it first launched. This year, Kakao is embroiled in a stock manipulation scandal over their successful hostile takeover of K-pop and entertainment company SM Entertainment. So 40K's 4,000 KD's speculation is very much well-grounded. Shared evidence that Kakao was slowly buying shares in their Japanese target Katakawa since 2020. Notably last 2021, Kakao already managed to bulk up to become Katakawa's largest shareholder. Okay. Typically, these two parties agree to a share price for a deal. Sony's not going to end up paying whatever Katakawa's valuation rises to. So they're not gonna pay them at whatever the share price is going to be up to. They're gonna end up having to take a loss and subsidize and pay off the shareholders themselves. What I meant was now if Kakao wanted to do a takeover, they'd have to cough up even more cash. So leaking it intentionally could make more sense. If you feel like you've been reading one too many stories of hostile takeovers in video games, you aren't imagining things. We've been reporting on a different situation with Ubisoft. Yeah, because Ubisoft also has a situation with Tencent. Because Ubisoft's been trying to dodge Tencent from taking majority ownership in them, and they actually put some of their shares in a shell company that is not actually Ubisoft. I know that the Guillemot brothers have done that already. But here we'll be sharing our own insight into this Sony Katakawa situation and something that you may not have wanted to read. Japan recently passed a new law that enabled and no longer blocked hostile takeovers of Japanese companies. Corporate manipulation? Legal. We need to legalize that. Genius JP government? I mean, it's obviously something that is, it's obviously something that is 100% fucking, paid. It's lobbied, most likely. Link to the article? Yeah, I got you. The laws lay out guidelines of their satisfaction, for their satisfaction, but because of the new rules, Japanese companies like 7-Eleven owner 7 and I Holdings are now vulnerable to being taken over by foreign owners. Yes, that means that beloved Japanese game companies like Nintendo, Sega, Square Enix are all now vulnerable to hostile takeovers if someone has enough hubris and money to try. So it makes sense that Katakawa would be desperate enough to pitch a monopoly with Sony to avoid a hostile takeover. Based on what Shinobi said, it's possible that Katakawa doesn't really want to push through with a Sony deal. Their move to disclose may be part of the company's success. Oh, section like chess move. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. This actually could end up being a 5-headed move for both companies to remain independent from, because it's within Sony's best interest. So it's within Sony's best interest to keep Katakawa away from Kakao, right? It's also within Sony's best interest to buy Katakawa if they can. But if Katakawa's like, we don't really want to get purchased, we just need your help staying away from Kakao, then they can work together to be able to create a situation where it looks like the companies are going to strike a deal. And if that's the case, then Kakao will pull out. They'll sell their shares and they'll move on. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? You catching what I'm laying down? Frenemies, yeah. Sometimes what these companies will do, and this is also in effect also market manipulation, but so they could pretend like they're talking to each other, like they're gonna like Sony's gonna buy them, and then that'll cause Kakao to go, oh fuck, we're not gonna be able to pull this off. We're gonna end up losing our ass if we don't bail. We need to bail. And then they'll bail out, and then they go, Keck W! Fucking got it, bitch! We're not buying. We're not selling. Yeah, you've seen stuff like this happen in the past. You've seen stuff like this happen in the past. So if it sounds like the game of the year maker FromSoft is being bounced around like a tennis ball in all this news, that might actually be the case. As terrifying as the prospect of a Sony Entertainment monopoly is, gamers and fans should also be wary of a company as shady as Kakao taking over Katakawa as well. Yeah, no, like it's a lose-lose situation. The only way that this ends in a the only way this ends in a good way for the consumers is if this really is just a ploy by Sony and Katakawa to kick Kakao out of their hostile takeover. It's the only way. Corporate politics are wild in Japan? I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Man, I love corporate warfare. Yeah. Yeah. This is fascinating. Like, it's so, like, I hate it because I don't like these things, but, like, as a story and as, like, as a narrative, it's very fascinating. Maybe there'll be a movie written about this at one point. As a customer, nothing fills me more with joy than watching the things I love being dangled over a cliff. Well, I mean, like, that part sucks. Like, for real. Maybe an anime about it? I like that. I like that. Let's hope it's not a webtoon. There we go, guys. We're already we're halfway to our first gallon of the day. I only drink I drink a gallon of water a day. This is a battle of two Yokozunas, and we're just the audience, basically, yeah. The US does try to do its best to do exactly this every time they remove regulations. Yeah, you'll see that quite frequently. Are you doing anything exciting for Thanksgiving? I'm eating food, like I would imagine most Americans likely will. Eating food, taking a nap, then eating more food for only to have it, comatose you again. I'm going to do more research on this. I'm going to look into it a little bit further. I'm going to try to figure out more of what I can find about it. I might try to talk to some people and things like that if I know anybody that I can contact to try to find out any more information on it from the inside. And then kind of go from there, but we'll see. I'll save a lot of this other stuff for later. We'll talk Game Awards shit and stuff like that tomorrow. We've already done about we're already 4.5 hours in, and all we've done is react and hang out and chat and stuff like that. So we'll get into all that stuff later. Are you playing Stalker 2 today? That's what we're gonna do right fucking now. We're gonna do right now. I've never understood corporate politics and economics. It just so happens I went to school for it. It's the only reason why I find it interesting. It's the only reason why I find it interesting. I live in Ukraine. I thought we have problems with corruption. I guess it's literally everywhere. Literally everywhere. Starting another game? How many games have you finished? Shut up. Look. I'll show you something. Okay. 92.8 hours. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost done with Metaphor. If I don't finish it tonight, I'll be finishing it this weekend for sure. Hopefully. Maybe. Cool. Hey, LD, do you have... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I just totally read two things at the same time. That was weird. I brain split in two. Do you have a gaming YouTube channel where you upload games that you've played? I mean, on the same channel. I have there's a bunch of reviews and stuff like that are on the channel that I've done over the last couple of years. What am I saying? Last year. I've only really been making YouTube videos for a year and a half. Hey LD, how many games would you have completed if you didn't play Balatro? Really good question. Just really good question. Quick answer, all of them? Yeah, just about. Yeah. To be fair, I have not played Balatro in a while, okay? I have not played Balatro in a while. I replaced Balatro with Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers for a while. And then I started playing Satisfactory because somebody fucking turned me onto that. That was fucking great. That's the last thing I fucking need is for me to get locked into a game like that. How many hours on Balatro? 300 something. I also have it on mobile as well, so. Whoops. Oh, I think they're referencing things like let's plays. No, I don't do like let's plays or anything like that. I get so still sometimes that you're worried I'm lost. I'm lost in thought. You're not helping your case there, LD. Look, okay, dude. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want. Okay. Let me switch categories. Let me go to Stalker. Oh, that's annoying. Here we go. I can't decide which version of LD screams to me, guys, get me out of here more with his glasses, without his glasses. Oh god. Satisfactory is extremely addicting. It's almost as bad as Factorio. I have not played Factorio. Factorio is a game that I've tried to do my best to stay away from very purposefully. I've done my best. I was like, you know what? You know what? I probably should stay away. LD, where's the owner of this channel? Have you fed your master yet? He's sleeping. He ran away today. Like a couple weeks ago, he figured out how to like get through the fucking screen door, like not the screen door, but like one of the screens on one of my on one of the windows. So then I was like, oh, okay. Let me just go ahead, and I'm like, well, fuck. I had to go fucking chase him down and find him, and then I brought him back into the house, and after I brought him back into the house, he like yowled for a fucking week straight. I'm talking like, dude, like he would not shut the fuck up. Just like, meow, meow, all fucking day long. All day long, this dude was like scratching at the door and scratching at the window and messing with the blinds, like just trying to get back outside. And I'm like, homie, chill, dude. And then he finally got over it. And then by the time he got over it, I opened a different window that was much more secure, and he still figured out a way to get out. And he ended up getting out again. And then like this morning, that's today, he got out this morning. And I walk up, I'm like, fuck, I saw the screen, knocked out, and I'm like, dude, come on, man. So then I went and I looked for him, and like he just comes walking around the corner. What's up? And he's panicked, right? Because he's a fucking moron. He's like when cats are panicked, they like pant. So he's like panting and like hissing and meowing and crying at the same time. Like he's like literally going through every emotion all at once. Brought him back into the house, and he act like he was like put into a torture chamber. It's crazy. I don't know which one to pick. Is it like the base one where I should probably go for vet because it's gonna make me feel like shit? Like, you can change it later. Perfect. I'll pick vet. Veteran is easy in this game compared to old Stalker. Well, I also heard from a lot of people that what the fuck?
last question, Dr. Dallin. Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur, we would...
Listen, the zone has remained stable for years. Besides, we didn't establish the most advanced institution in human history without first guaranteeing its safety. As the head of the Scientific Institute for Research of the Chernobyl area, or CIRCA for short, I believe the wonders that we will bring to the world far outweigh the potential risks.
How big are these risks exactly?
The zone reveals a whole new world. We can stick with the old one, fearing change. But tell me, do you want our descendants to remember us as cowards? Or as those who dared to venture forward to a new, better humanity?
The injured were evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining homes and livelihoods.
Why wouldn't you just like lay it down in the seat the other way?
Assuring them the situation
or put a seatbelt on.
Totally under control.
Why is bro driving like a dumbass? He's like swerving for no reason. He's drunk.
You alive back there?
I'm okay.
Zone is really raging today. See that? It was a hell of a blast. Can't remember one so fierce.
Are we, close?
Kind of. The central checkpoint could be on alert after the emission, but there's another way in. Crack in the wall to the left of the fault. Bugger off! Hope you didn't lose your secret artifact along the way. If it was outside the zone for too long, it would have lost its anomalous energy.
Okay.
But I've got this shiny metal thing to recharge it. One lucky activation, and we have a gold mine here.
Sector 9, visual detection of the vault. I say again, Sector 9, visual detection of the vault.
Show me what you found. What the hell is this? I've seen artifacts taken from the zone before. They always burn out and fall apart real fast. But this one?
This one is not from the zone.
Oh, I bet. Where'd you find it?
In my laundry basket.
Who do you think you're talking to, huh? You have any idea what this scanner cost me? If it's not an artifact, it's gonna blow us all to hell! I won't let my hard work come to nothing because of you. I won't let you push it down the shit.
Oh shit! This yeah, Stalker 2.
This stone owes me a new home. We gotta move.
Get to the scientist's bunker. Nehoda will explain how to proceed with the scanner. He's waiting for you. Good luck.
Hell yeah, baby. Cutscenes feel so immersive, I know.
Give me a sit rep. Perimeter.
All right, hold on 1 second. I missed a super chat. Grab that real quick. Lord Duck of Quack, thank you for the $4.99. Finally glad to catch one of your streams. Been binging your videos over the last couple of days. You're fantastic, dude. Thank you, man. Hope you have a blast playing the game. I will, man. I am gonna have a blast. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that, brother. Should I put it on full screen instead of fake full screen? Does it matter? Does it matter to the performance at all? Does anybody know? About you know what, I will just why not? All right.
Breached. Extensive damage caused by fuck knows
I'll
what.
attack the flashlight.
Copy that. Dispatching a response team.
Welcome to the zone. Full screen for better FPS, technically, because it's dedicated to the game. True. Tab to open up your radial menu. Oh, okay. And food, baby. We're back, baby. We're back in the zone. All right.
Where's your team? I'm on my second lap here and I'm going blind. They're en route, but we lost contact. Falcon 3.
Investigate the scientist's bunker.
You got loot? Oh no! Where does it go? Ah! It goes far. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that if I don't run. Here, I'm good here. Okay, you got quick heals. I like that. We got any more loot? That's cool. I like the animation of like actually opening up a bag. I highly recommend to check every corner, Stalker. Zone is grateful for a good scavenge. Yeah, but the problem is that you already know how that all works out, okay? We already know how that all works out. You only have like, look, I can only carry, like, I'm already almost halfway full. My inventory is almost halfway full already. I already have an SMG. That's kind of crazy. shit, God, that scared the fuck out of me. Why would I want to like, it asked me if I wanted a melee. I don't want to melee. I mean, that's dead. The fucking music and the beeps got me there. I was like, oh, is there an enemy?
Stalker 3, we've got a breach at the Dugal. The bunker's off. Another ground team is on the way. Sal, I still don't have any maps. Stick to the perimeter. Avoid going in. I'll contact the sphere.
God, this gun is a piece of shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, I'm real cautious of gas canisters now. When I played Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, I thought a fucking gas container was a loot crate, and I fucking meleeed it and just blew myself up, and I hadn't saved in like 2 hours. I was mad. What's this? Oh, that's ammo. Oh great, 8 bullets, 8 whole fucking. The zone is so generous. The zone is so generous. I love the detail of it. Like, the frame rate is not very good. I'll be real. Like, it's a little not good. But yeah, it's a little not good. But outside. But like everything that you would want so far is like already here outside of the performance. Oh, I need to do that. Controls. Keyboard setting. I'll change the animal types to something else. Vodka! Our first bottle! FSR? You got FSR frame gen on? Do I want it off or on? What is it under? Graphics? FSR frame gen on? This is what you're talking about? FSR 3? Well, it says I can't turn on DLSS. So I'm gonna have to say we'll do this. Oh, that smoothed things out quite a lot, actually. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Alright. Alright, touche, chat. You get 1 point today.
south.
That's all rads off that way. But I have to go through it.
Have you reached the bunker? Find Dr. Ngoda. He's agreed to give you the coordinates.
I don't think it'll be that easy, but I'll figure it out.
Okay. Still a little chopped. I'm sure a 50 series GPU will fix this, right? Yeah, no, I just started. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, DLSS is for NVIDIA. I do have NVIDIA. I have a 30 series card, though.
What the fuck happened here?
Anti-rad bro. That is good.
Well, what is it? Any updates?
The goat is dead. So are the other scientists.
Dead? Oh, God. We're screwed. Get out of there immediately.
Stop freaking out and tell me where the data is stored.
I have a 3080. RTX 3080, EVGA, FTW3. But I didn't see what, like, for some odd reason it doesn't show that I have the ability to turn on. Oh. It's right here. But I can't turn on frame gen because frame gen is locked to something else, right? I could probably turn it towards performance. And use DLSS and FSR3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure frame gen is for 40 series. Yeah. So we can do this. And then put this on performance. And see how it looks. That's not bad. Detector reveals nearby artifacts. Okay. Damage is lower. AKM is pretty strong. This. I'm gonna say AKM. Are they using the same rounds? Yeah. Oh, all three of these use the same rounds. This looks like it has a sight. They have a. Probably. Those are different rounds. One's NATO, one's Russians. Oh. Something killed these fools, and I think it's still here. I'm just gonna say that.
Hey, Nagoda. What's up? Have you met Herman's client yet? Tell him a new mission means new coordinates. New coordinates means a new bill.
Nagoda's dead. I'm Mr. Client.
Whoa! That's a hell of a mess you got there, boys. Well, screw that smart-ass bastard. I never liked him anyway.
Bro.
Hold on a sec, Mr. Client. Did Herman at least tell you what to do with the coordinates?
You tell me.
Remind me.
Holy fucking cow. Will you let me eat in peace for once? Alright, follow the coordinates and stick your scanner into the ground, and then back off. When it's all done, you pick it up. Got it? If not, that's your problem. I'm not a damn help desk. So long, Mr. Client.
Hey, look here, asshole.
Do you have the coordinates? I hope you do. Things are about to get a little more complicated from here.
Good thing it's been a walk in the park until now.
First, find the detector. This is a mobile lab. The scientists ought to have at least one.
I've already got a detector.
You'll need to acquire an artifact to shield yourself from the scanner's radiation. If you don't, you might end up joining Nagoda.
How?
Find an anomaly. After the emission, it shouldn't be that difficult. Then use the detector's signal to navigate it. If the Stalkers have figured it out, I'm sure you can too. After that, attach the artifact to your belt and go plant the scanner. Just try not to get killed in the anomaly. That would be rather embarrassing.
Where'd it go? God damn it! No! No! Okay. Oh, I have to have it out. I mean to do that. Oh, you fuck you bitch. Ah! Don't pull that bullshit on me. Where'd you go? Holy, they are invisible. Holy shit. They are like literally came like right up on me and I can't even see it. What difficulty is this? It's veteran. Okay. Fuck, I heard it. I couldn't even heal. Gotta grab that and just run? Yeah, I probably should. Trying to kill that thing is not really like I mean I put some rounds into that motherfucker and it still stayed alive. I had to restart the game. This is fucking bullshit. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Fuck this. Sometimes there's only one way. Sometimes there's only one way to survive the zone. This isn't even the right way to run. Fuck! No! No! I'm out of stamina. What? Okay, I got this. I got this. Woo! Motherfucker. After I caught him with those few pistol shots, I built up a little bit of confidence. Common artifact can be found in anomalies. Oh, radiation protection. Okay. Keep it moving.
Okay. Is charging always this noisy?
No, but that rock of yours is pretty unusual. Check the scanner quick. Is it charged?
Nope.
I knew it! I told you to get out of there! Straight back or I'll leave without you!
Calm down. I've got some time left. Heading for the next spot.
Oh, they didn't kill him. I did. Holy, that killed me. Holy shit. There's around 40 mods already, and most of them are balance fixes. Are you serious? Get ready for Nade Central. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Higher difficulty just lowers damage. The increase. Okay. It lowers damage you do and increases the damage. See, the thing is that I know from the original Stalker, like if you increase the damage, like
down.
it increased the damage for
I've got
you
some time
and
left.
the enemies.
Heading for the next spot.
Holy shit, that recoil. I'm bleeding. Oh, but the shotgun's broken? Is that what that is? Must be. Why? Dude, why does everybody have so many weapons already? I don't know where the last guy is. I killed one there. I killed one right here. I killed the other one. I don't know where I killed the third one. Oh, there he is. I gotta worry about because Viper over encumbered. There's too many. I'd rather save the room for more valuable loot anyway. Ooh, that muskrat. I like how they're cooking muskrat when they have perfectly good canned food. We don't know what kind of food it is, but it's canned and it's food. Ah, shit, is it a bandit party? Oh!
time to plant this scanner and
Oh!
get out of here.
How the fuck you... See this thing trying to fucking snipe me? Hey, motherfucker! That was a cardboard. Okay, yeah, that's a cardboard. It just almost killed me with a cardboard box. Wow! Ow! Can I shoot that? Suck it. How do we get to the top of this place? Ow. Ow. Oh, I just hit my nut. Oh, this place is haunted. Okay, so I can't grab up there. Alright, I'm getting the fuck away from this place. It's hurting me. This place does not want me here. I was trying to figure out how to platform my way through this, but... Oh, here we go. God damn it. Shit. No, 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 no! God damn it. Fuck off. All right, I'm leaving. Leaving your haunted ass. Like, what the fuck? No, 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 no. Not another one. I can't afford to get hit by another thing. That was weird. I need to eat that kielbasa sausage. Scanner? What about scanner? Oh, was there a Oh, I should have scanned for anomalies there. Okay, I see what you're saying. Would that have ended the whole, like, bullshit that was going on? I want to do that. What are these? Army med kit. Scientific med kit. Canned food gives you a pretty good amount back. All right, let's see. Why am I stuck? Close. I don't even know why I even got hit by. Oh, there it is. Seriously. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. I'm lost. Is that an enemy? Like, I have chat telling me scan for anomalies. I pull out the scanner and nothing happens. I have no idea why you guys told me to pull out the scanner. Yeah, I'm just gonna avoid that. It's funny. It was like post. Oh, yeah, for poltergeist, which are more challenging to defeat, use the shotgun. Shotguns are effective against poltergeists due to their high spread and high damage output. Avoid their burn effects. Poltergeists can inflict damage. Burn damage. So dodge their attacks by avoiding taking unnecessary damage. Sneak and use grenades if possible. Sneak up on a poltergeist and use a grenade to deal massive damage. Is there any reason for me to have to defeat it? Because it's not going to give me any loot or anything like that. If that's the case, I'm just going to like... Is there any reason I can't run? Bug? No, I wasn't over encumbered. No, I emptied everything out of my inventory. I was still in the green. Aside from revenge, no, there isn't. Yeah, no, then fuck. Is that like worth wasting material or like? Thirsty? You should download a mod that makes it. I don't want to do that. Why would I want to download a mod that would make it where I can carry as much as I want? That's boring. That takes away the decision making of like picking up stuff.
Calm down. I've got some time left. Heading for the next spot.
Fuck! Cover me! I gotta move!
just like, I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go over here now. Okay. Where'd the other one go? They died close to each other. You need some gamma increase? Kind of cool and immersive for me. Does it look bad for you guys? In Skyrim, everybody uses mods to get rid of carry weight. Right, but Skyrim's not a survival game. Like, that's kind of like the whole point. Kind of like the whole point of a game like this. Like one of the things that's like really attractive about it is the fact that you can like you have to balance, like, you know, how much shit you're carrying and stuff like that. Like, that's kind of like the whole idea. Still got me. Damn, that almost killed me too. Try this one more time.
Time to plant this scanner and get
Bro,
out of here.
you fucking asshole. There was loot. This is the only reason we're going up here. Fuck. What did I get hit by? Son of a bitch. I'm gonna get hit by that. Motherfucker. So stupid. All right, I'm gonna skip this. I don't have like enough ammo to take on the poltergeist, obviously. And it deals like way too much fucking damage to me. It hits me with a fucking cardboard box. It's so cracked. It is. It's fucking the fucking poltergeist is sweaty. The poltergeist is a fucking 13-year-old kid playing fucking Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Fucking screeching and preaching in the chat about how some like fucking 42-year-old dad needs to play better. Here's a tip for poltergeist: don't. Yeah, it's kind of the feeling. The problem is too is there's no like really good there's no like really solid visual indicators on like what what it's about to throw at you and where it's about to throw something at you, if that makes any sense. And because of that, like, it makes it like even more confusing than it probably should be. Is this game supposed to be a horror survival game or a looter FPS RPG game? Yeah, all of those things at the exact same time. It's a, I would probably say, like, where does the game first start at? I'd probably say something closer to like immersive sim. It's like immersive sim meets survival meets horror. Like, it's not really a looter shooter because like guns aren't like they're not like level 5 or epic or legendary. They don't really do that whole thing. Oh fuck. That's not good.
Herman, Solder's premium coordinates smell like a scam.
His coordinates always work like a charm. But the emission could have thrown a wrench in the works.
We'll find out soon.
Not what I wanted to do. Oh, you can hold it and it does that. I was looking for this. Oh no.
Are you there? The place is swarming with soldiers. They're gonna shut everything down, and then you'll never get out of the zone.
Just one spot left.
Did you hear me? Drop the damn scanner and come back right now!
I've got nowhere to go back to, Herman. Over and out.
Bro, is that really my fucking story? Is my story literally like this fucking rock shot out of the fucking zone and blew up my fucking house, and now because of that I need money, and I'm here to like literally just get money for a new house? I'm like, you don't understand, dude. If I leave, I'm not gonna have any money. I'm not gonna have a house to go to. It's kind of based, actually. You know, doing whatever you gotta do to survive. Where's your loot at? Why'd you piss yourself? Get into the window. Water. A lot of very useful things. A lot of very, very. Uh-oh. Something's gonna happen.
What's that? Some kind of anomaly. Quiet.
Did we tap into the neurosphere?
I see the scanner. Tracing for anomalous activity in radio signals. Situation unclear. You, inside. You, to the roof. Move out. HQ, move out reporting. Come in, HQ. Damn it. Stalker PDA detected. Someone here! Oh, no.
Oh, it's somebody else. It's military? It's the fucking mercs? shot. He's gonna knock me out right here. Watch.
Come in! Sort of sold us out, you hear me? That greedy son of a bitch sold us out!
Knew it. He's gonna whack me with the butt of the gun. Bro, that's how I was supposed to get a new apartment. Knew it. Not Chernobyl. That was Monolith? I didn't even notice. Oh.
What the?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Some fireworks, huh?
Who are you?
I'm your guardian angel. Here's your bolt.
Where the hell would I need a bolt?
Take a look around.
Crap.
Yep. Toss it into the anomaly, then while it resets, run like hell. Got it? Now go.
You handled it like a real stalker. Come over here and let's talk.
Because I am a real stalker.
I knew you could do it. Well, okay, I didn't really know, but I sure hoped you would. How'd you get here without any gear?
I was attacked.
I was attacked while on a job. I got hit in the head, and when I woke up, I was in almost nothing but my birthday suit.
You're lucky they didn't kill you right away. You should stop by Zalisa and check up with the doc, man. And talk to the bartender while you're there. See if he knows anything about your attackers.
Doesn't sound good.
Squint. Damn it, man.
At least they left me with my pistol. And literally nothing else.
You wanted to settle some scores, didn't you? Shit. The timing couldn't be any worse. The bastard shot him at point blank. Then took everything, even the sensors. Fuck. Now the entire lesser zone is gonna have to clean up this mess. Why is your ass still here? Head over to Zalisa and keep your mouth shut. Unless you want both of us killed.
Okay.
If you have any questions, be quick. If anyone spots you here, the whole ward will come after you.
What sensors did you mention?
A warden gadget. It records everything around the squad like a black box. We're lucky not every warden gets one. If it ends up in the wrong hands, or worse, in the right hands.
Who are you, anyway?
An ordinary stalker. I used to be a guide. Took people all around the zone. Then I got lost, in every meaning of the word. So it's probably not a good idea to stick around me for long.
These wardens, who are they?
The ward guards C.R.P.G., that big-ass institute at the swamps. Or so they say. In truth, they control nearly the entire zone. Duty and freedom couldn't hold a candle to the ward. They tried to resist, but Korshunov put them in their place quick enough. He made sure they wouldn't mess with the New World Order. Anyway, stay away from the ward. And don't mention this around them, obviously.
You help everybody, or am I somehow special?
To quote
Ukraine
my
dub sounds
fictional
better,
dad,
yeah.
Son, help if you can, and if you can, don't get in the way. So, don't get in the way. Or help if you will. My men at the post office need a hand. Bring them a couple of medkits. You'll do good and make some friends, maybe.
Okay. I mean to do that, but that's okay. So. Okay. What's this? I don't know what it is. But nice. Atmosphere of this game is fucking awesome. It's so good. Like, I haven't really run into any issues or anything like that myself.
The first drink after the emission is on me.
God damn it, bandit. What?
I wasn't really expecting any help. Come on over. Let's have a chat.
What's up, man? You okay? You're kind of in some shit over there, huh? Tell me about yourself.
You fucked them up pretty good, eh? I didn't expect anyone to step in for me. That's rarer than Mama's beats around here. Normally, folks in the zone just walk past other people's troubles. They've got their own shit to deal with. You are new around here, ain't ya?
Richter sent me here. Do you know him?
Sure I do. He came here with Squint, our leader. He used to be a guide, so he knows the area. And like any guide, he's got your back on the road, but don't count on him jumping into a firefight with you. Best you can hope for is he sends some help your way. I might be pushing my luck here, but could you lend me a hand with something else?
Sure.
All right, let's hear it.
There's 4 of us at the boiler house, not far from here. Squint, Richter, Gloomy, and myself. Squint is the leader. Richter is his right-hand man. And we just joined a group. Squint and Richter took off somewhere in the morning, and then me and Gloomy got ambushed by those bandits. I managed to make a tactical retreat, but the bastards took Gloomy. I don't know what they are doing to him, but I doubt they are throwing him a party.
I like how it's basically like the first quest in Shadow of
Gloomy will find a way to return
Shadow of Chernobyl. Like one of their boys got took. He's being held by bandits.
How many of those guys are there?
About 5, give or take. I have seen you in action. You can handle them easy. And if your conscience bothers you,
Bugs will show up later. I'm sure there will
they
be.
wouldn't have spared you or Gloomy if the tables were turned.
All right, I'll do it.
For real? Dude, you rock. Don't worry, I won't just send you there empty-handed. I've got a stash close by. It's got everything you need. A gun, some ammo, the whole shebang. Whatever you don't use...
Yeah, I think Skip's
consider
VA
yours.
is doing a really good job.
Just make sure you've got Gloomy's back, alright?
Loot these fools out here. Gifts VA reminds you of Cyberpunk, really? Pretty high praise. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, it sounds about right. It sounds kind of like V. I don't think I ever did a... I don't know if I did a male playthrough of V. Cyberpunk was such a good game, though. I like at one point in time, I think like both Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate 3 are gonna get a replay at one point. I just have to figure out when. It's kind of like it's like waiting for that period of time where like maybe game releases and like, you know, high quality fucking awesome shit is like starting to slow down a little bit. Maybe like January, maybe not. Who knows? It just kind of depends. Holy shit, you bit the fuck out of me. Ow. It's really sad sound. This is a POI. There's something here. I have any I don't think I have a red. Oh, I have vodka.
Did you make it? The mutants didn't get you, did they?
They tried.
That's the zone for you. Take care out there. And, try not to hit Gloomy, alright?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch, but he's still my bro.
He's still my bro. Alright. Try to be quiet about this. Got two here. Ideally, we go straight headshots on this shit, right? Single tapping. The other ones are inside.
Come on, spill it, chump.
I missed. That one missed too. Yep. Got him. Done, right? Yeah. Up. Is that all of them? Oh, one more. What? How the fuck did he not go down from the first shot? These grenades. Fuck that one. Nope. What I wanted. This one's way better condition. Unload. How much does this sell for? 14. Load. Actually, I can keep those. All those when I get to town. All right, where's your homie at? Another one. There's 2 more outside I can loot as well, but I like how he's just like standing here. They don't even have him like, he's not even like restrained in any way. He's just chilling. Ooh, pistol suppressor. Thank you for the R for loot all. Appreciate that. That was a good call out there.
Well, who sent you? Richter or that asshole Zorik?
Bro, you need to brush your teeth, dog.
Do you know Richter too?
Everyone in the zone knows Richter, even the blind dogs. He only shuts his mouth when he's asleep. And even then, not always. But that's not the point right now. What you looking at? Expecting a reward? Check the thugs. I'm just glad they left me my suit. Wait a sec. They didn't take the detector! Those scumbags think they're too good to dive into anomalies looking for artifacts. Easier to shake down a loner on his way out. Assholes.
That'll do. Hand it over.
Here you go. There's an anomaly in the cave. Appeared right after the emission. Maybe the detector will help you sniff something out. Thanks for the help, Stalker. But don't count on anyone standing up for you if you run into trouble. You'll be better off that way. What do you want? So long, rookie.
I already had a detector though. Don't I? Yeah, I didn't need to take his. Was that not the mission? Did I like choose like not the like thing like? So I didn't even tell him that I was like his buddy's boy. I was just like, yeah, no, I'm just here to. I'm just passing through. Just passing through. We're looking good on carry weight. Probably need to take as much shit as we possibly can because we need we'll need to probably buy body armor because I'm just wearing like a fucking leather jacket, right? Yeah, I need fucking armor. Okay. All right, let's head out. Guns that are red are broken. That shield can be oh, red shield can't be sold? Oh, really? Good to know. Ah! I was reading fucking the chat got you killed. Thank you. You know what? Thank you for helping me blame it on somebody else. Bullshit. I'll let you guys know that was bullshit. Well, it's not always eager to sprint. I just like I turned and looked at chat, and then I started walking forward, and I walked right into a fucking anomaly.
What do you want?
Your fucking money?
Wookie.
Boogie. I should have unloaded those. I'll go back up. Scavenging for ammo is kind of fucking huge. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Already did. Good. You can sell yellow guns though, yeah. But didn't you say an anomaly showed up in the cave? Oh, this is not a cave. That is a burrow. How do I get up there? Not what I wanted to do, no. Where is it? There it is. Whew. Oh, it still happens regardless? Oh no, it's like... Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. You get him? Thank you. Good boy. Where's his gun? You eat it? There's another one over here too. Sick. Not broken. Alright, we're looking good. What is the what's this one do? Bleed resistance, radiation strong. I'm gonna sell that. It gives me a lot of rads, right? I think that's what it's saying it does. The bottom should be the bad. Spam F5. My keyboard doesn't have the keyboard doesn't have an F5. Like 60% keyboard or whatever. It's like super small, so I can for specifically to play FPS games actually. Hold on a second. This light is like way too fucking bright. Kind of killing my vibe. Okay, this is ultra difficulty then. What is F5? Why? What? I don't understand what F5 does. Oh, is F5 save? Oh, okay. It's quick saves. Oh. Hmm. Bro, this motherfucker was right on me. I literally stopped at the perfect time. Look how close this was. Shit. Well, I'll say that like anomalies are way more dangerous than they've ever been. I just brought a bolt, guys. Put the guns away. Nobody's playing guitar? Are you scared yet? No, not really. It kind of like it takes a bit of the immersion out when you play a game like this on stream, because your attention is split. You know what I mean?
Why get scared though? Faith is faith. Whatever needs to happen will happen.
This dude's fucked up, man. He don't look good. Yeah, I'm not really into like save scumming and stuff that much. It doesn't really bother me that much in these kind of games. I mean, I beat Baldur's Gate 3 on honor mode, so. What the fuck is going on? Arms rolling in, huh? You should play it off stream, but I get it. I will play it off stream. I'll play it all the time. Like, I'm gonna play it off stream, I'm gonna play it on stream.
Nope. Talk to Gaffer. That's him over there.
What do you want? Sit down and stay out of sight.
3 of my men never reported back from their overnight patrol around the Lesser Zone. We found their bodies by the old bridge.
Hey, soldier over here. What do you call 3 dead wardens up the zone's ass? A good start.
A trader who goes by Hamster is peddling this service weapon. It belonged to one of those wardens. He got it from Squint.
Apologies, Captain, but Zalicia is a free trade zone. We have an agreement with Korshinov.
Where is Squint?
The zone has its share of secrets. Who are we to meddle in its designs?
Playing a wizened Stalker sage, are you? Fine. Squint was there for sure. He finished off the wounded and looted their bodies. Is that the Stalker way now?
Who am I to judge?
If you won't tell me, others will. Seize them.
Easy now. Nobody's going anywhere.
If you don't want the innocent to suffer, find me the culprit.
Well then, in times of war, the law falls silent.
I like how like the liquid doesn't even move in the glass. It's like it looks like it's filled with like jello.
Hey, Stalker. It must have been you here. Come over here. Let's have a chat.
Warlock. What a fucking sick
That's
code
how we're
name.
all here in Zalicia.
He does look like a warlock.
I call my vodka in the street.
If anyone asks, I'm at home and busy.
Anyone at all?
Anyone.
Don't buy into that whole dog and pony show, rookie. Gaffer's been uppity, cause Zodov lets him. If Korshinov was here instead of him, we'd be standing against the wall already. The captain prefers a more diplomatic approach.
Who should I ask about Solder? Tell me about.
So, who should I ask about solder?
Try Zodov. The ward can find anyone you want as long as you can cut a deal with them, and you're okay with their methods. Or you could ask Gaffer. Just give him some time to get to his house. He's an easygoing guy. He usually helps rookies out, but he's had to deal with a year's worth of crap today. See ya. Good luck. First drinks on the house if you need it. And I get the feeling you're gonna need it.
I don't feel like running errands. Got anything good?
You still smell like the mainland, tough guy. Feeling bold and audacious already, huh? Alright. There's a guy, kinda like you, who owes me some coin. His name is Valik Lummox. I need my money back.
Okay.
What kind of man is this Valik Lummox guy?
He's new to the zone, but he already made a name for himself.
Even the liquid is an anomaly, such as life in the zone. Yeah.
Always full of white plants. Kinda liked the guy. Thought he would go far. Well, he went too far. Got himself a new gun, I'm still mopping about how to set him straight.
How much does he owe you?
Plenty. He failed to pay up after Wild Night. For some supplies before that, too. And he doesn't seem to give a damn. Knows I'm not gonna make a fuss about it. It's not about the money, really. The kid needs to learn the ways of the zone. The sooner he learns, the longer he lives. Maybe.
Okay. I'm in.
Sure. I can handle it.
I saw him just a couple of hours ago. He headed north, towards the water tower. I don't want his blood on my hands. Just scare the kid, shake him down, and get my money. And that's it. 20% is yours.
And then, like, curiosity. Wait, I just forgot. Sell shit.
You know, back if the war...
Right.
Here's what I got.
You got some fucking smooth jazz playing over there? What are these? RDG-5 grenade. Blast radius. Can't. Okay.
Hey, Stalker! Come over here, rookie. We need to talk.
About what?
Here's the deal. I'm ready to pass some Stalker wisdom on to you. Right here, right now. And totally free of charge.
Yeah, it sounds like a good deal. Catch.
Maybe. But first, I want to know what the catch is.
There's no catch. I owe Gaffer money. So I've been working off my debt by helping rookies with advice. And today's my last day. So you've hit the jackpot.
Nice. What do I win?
Back on the mainland, Mom and Dad were the most important people in the world, right? But here in the zone, it's the tech and the trader. And their love comes with a price tag. Loot or coupons. Got it?
I was hoping for something a little more practical.
You think you're clever, huh?
Sword chest north.
Fresh off the perimeter and you've already figured everything out. Well, go ahead. Show us what you've got. Here are the coordinates for our tech, Lens, and Hamster the trader. Chat them up. If you've got coupons, buy something. If not, check in with Warlock for a gig. He's usually got something wrong. One more thing. If you find yourself in a dust-up with any of the factions, pay their boss a visit. Conflict is a part of life in the zone, but there's always a way to resolve it. Always better off with a lousy peace than an awesome firefight, get it? Anyway, once you've mingled with the locals, hit the road. Just don't bother me again. No one else is gonna help you for free in this neck of the woods. Least of all me.
Cool. Sounds good.
That's it. Finally. Settled my tab with Gaffer. Now I'm off to the swamp.
I know it's dangerous, but I'm offering you good money here.
Sure you are.
It's
no
over
way,
there.
man. Find yourself some other dope, willing to march into certain death.
Alright, what you got, Dan?
Welcome to the area, Stalker. I've got a job for you, but I should warn you. It involves going to the poppy field.
What's the poppy?
The poppy field? What's that?
One of the zone's most infamous wonders. Lots of people are drawn there, but few ever leave. As soon as you walk into the field, it saps your energy, making you weak and drowsy. That's where our farmstead used to be before the accident. I guess it's probably still there, but you'd have to be nuts to settle down in that place.
Okay, get to the
What
point.
kind of job did you have in mind?
When my parents and I were evacuated after the accident in '86, we left a family heirloom in the root cellar. an old Orthodox icon. My mother, she kept talking about it until the day she died. I need to find it. I want to have at least something to remember my family by. Bring it to me, and I'll pay you the full price of an expensive artifact. I couldn't get it on my own.
Okay, sure.
All right. I'll bring you the icon.
I'd really appreciate it. Remember to stock up on energy drinks, though. The poppy field isn't that big, but you can get lost real easy.
I've got the best deals in the zone. Ask anyone. Guaranteed. I never try to pull one over on the rookies like Sidor does. If anything breaks, it's because you need to take care of your gear. This stuff's not made of steel. Well, except for the things that are. Anyway, tell me what you've got.
Wait, what?
Well, shut.
Ooh. Debut suit. Sight. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. They work for the same weapons, but like some are armor piercing, where the others aren't. I got you. Don't really want to get rid of anything else that I have at the moment. Gas mask is 13k. That's a ways off. This is 16. It's probably not really like that big of a difference. I mean, the physical protection is like a little bit better, but it's not gonna make that big of a difference right now. Probably not really worth it. We'll just continue to save up.
Thanks. See ya.
We'll put the AP stuff away because I probably won't need a lot of armor piercing right now, to be honest. Because we're still early into the game, right? Then we got, what is this? Rad meds, anti-rad. We got vodka. We'll stack that for now. We got put a couple of those in there. We'll put the bread in there and keep the sausage. Medium. Strong, reduced hunger. We'll put the cans away. Take the bread back out, actually. Put the cans, the high quality shit, at the very least. You know what I mean? And we got, was this beer? Yeah, we'll put the vodka away. We'll hold on to the beer. That'll be good for now, I think. Selling weapons that are above red durability can net you a bunch of money early in the game. Just gotta deal with weight management and all. Yeah. Now, is this box right here accessible from anywhere? So if I go to like another town at another point, I can access the same gear?
I hope you're here to talk business.
I've heard you can help me find S.T.A.L.K.E.R.
You'll have to help me out first, Stalker. You know what I'm talking about.
Squint?
Exactly.
Fine. What do you want me to do?
Squint is a piece of shit.
You die, do you lose your
As far
gear?
as the
No.
locals are concerned, he's a stalker first and foremost. And he knows his way around the lesser zone. Stalker like you might have an easier time looking for him.
How do I know you're not gonna screw me?
We're neither hustlers nor bandits. The ward keeps its word. Sure, the loners call us various names, but they've never accused us of scamming anyone. I want the sensor Squint took from the bodies of my men. If anything happens to him, I won't be too upset. I'm not going to insist, though. If you don't want the job, somebody else will take it. So you made up your mind. I knew the lesser zone had its share of reasonable people.
Here's the deal. I tell you what I know, and you stop harassing our guys. Sound fair?
We'll see. Spill it out.
I asked around. I think he's nearby, at the warehouse. If you send a squad there...
He'll spot a squad at once. I'd rather have our friend take a look. In the meantime, I'll try to find you some answers, Stalker.
I think it'd be better to send your own men, Captain. They're experienced professionals, and...
Easy now, Uncle Lonya. Let's just have a seat and wait for news from whatever place you want me to send my men so badly. You've got your orders, Stalker. Good hunting.
Okay.
Take care out there, kid. Just in case.
Another guy to talk to over here.
Hey, buddy! Over here! You wanna make some money? How about a little wager, man? There's a pack of blind dogs wandering about, and I've been hired to hunt them down. If you shoot more of them than I do, money's yours. If you don't, it's all mine. What do you think?
A wager, huh? Let's do it.
Let's get going then. They could scatter at any time. Follow the trail. Want to hear a joke? It just came to me. Check it out. How come Burrs don't have any ID? Because of bureaucracy.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's stupid. So stupid.
Oh, here's another one. Why'd the poltergeist lose weight? 'Cause it kept tossing its cookies.
Can I? Maybe I should just kill him. Do a light tap on his head. You know you want to do it now. We're not playing the bad guy yet. He's just, you know, he's just a little, you know, he's just a little special. You know what I mean? He's just been in the zone maybe a little bit too long. Probably born here.
Here they are, the dog bands. They used to be the cow sheds, but I don't see any cows here. Plenty of dogs, though. You ready? Let's dance! Stay in the trail.
Bro, I can't even see the dog. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna fuck up. Can't even reload. He totally wrecked me on this.
All right, now for the serious part. One of the dogs has a collar. We have to find it. Those things emit a lot of radiation. If you hear static,
On the collar. I couldn't even see them because of the foliage. That's just crazy.
you're one hell of a sniper, man. I didn't expect a rookie to beat me.
I definitely did not beat him.
Money's all yours.
He definitely did all the
What
work.
do you think of this whole collar business? I don't know what kind of freaks put them on dogs, but I'm the guy they hired to bring them back. These dogs are all over the lesser zone. I'm getting tired of this.
Do you need a hand?
Actually, one stupid-ass dog.
Dogs are the
wandered
worst.
into the
Yeah, they took
anomaly.
more shots than I
You can
thought they
pull
would
its collar
too.
Out, I'm willing to pay you for it. And if you want to have some fun shooting, there's another pack nearby. You'll see.
Where do I find these collars?
I'm sending you the coordinates. If you recover any collars, bring them to Hamster. He'll deliver them to the customer. I don't like to stay in one place too long, you know? Woof, woof! That dog for time to get to work.
Yeah, he's an interesting fellow. What is this one? That's the Poppy Field mission. That's the water tower. Find the collar. Blind dog. Alright, let's check out these. I should check out the Follow walk up. Backpack. Oh, yeah. Back. If you kill him, no one would know. Difficulty? Max difficulty. It's on veteran. You guys like eyeing me down. Chill, chill. Chill. I'm not about to rip a fucking energy because I'm on a...
Man, I had a good run. Got 3 whole artifacts. Afterwards, jump and jump. I could go back any day.
Are you new here? Come on in, make yourself at home. But don't get too comfy. If you need anything fixed, I'm your man.
I like how the dude's like,
if you want
he sounds like he's super nice. Hey, come on in. Don't get too comfortable.
Or the Gaffer. They got all kinds of baloney to choose from.
How's the game so far? It's good.
All right, come on. What have you got there?
Why not play it on the Series X? Why would I buy an Xbox? I have a PC. What are you talking about? Is it... What?
Need a hand with anything?
I'm glad you're here. As a matter of fact, I do. A bunch of diggers who used to bring me all sorts of useful stuff have gone off the radar. I'm feeling a little uneasy about it.
What kinds of people are these diggers?
Where stalkers go out looking for artifacts, diggers look for junk, gear, old electronics, like dead stalkers' PDAs. They can lead you to stashes full of useful loot, too.
Oh.
They peddle their junk on the mainland, and sometimes here in the zone. I can always use spare parts, so I work with those guys sometimes.
All right. Where should I start looking?
I have the coordinates for their last outing. I told them to stay away from that tunnel. I knew it was a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a gaming PC, there's literally no reason at all to have an Xbox.
Vasapunk and Mastiff, their leader.
I mean, all the same games are available.
Need anything fixed? Come on, speak up.
Oh, okay, so he repairs and upgrades stuff. Interesting. 2,300 for him to repair this. Oh no, 2,300 is my. Oh, I see. So this will repair. Man, repairing's expensive.
So long. See you around.
I knew this was your doing, Richter.
Squint did it.
And who does Squint work for?
Me. That's why I need your help. I have to make sure the wardens don't get it.
You brought that nut job to my Zalicia, and now you're making demands of me?
I'm not...
Are you eavesdropping or something? I said I'm busy.
Hey, good to see you. Sorry, if I knew the ward would get to Zalicia this fast, I would have sent you somewhere else.
Experience any bugs? No, not yet.
Know where. What do you want?
I'm looking for someone. His name's S.T.A.L.K.E.R.
I know him, and I know where you can find him. But I need help too. Help me find Squint, and I'll tell you about S.T.A.L.K.E.R.
You're gonna get the rookie involved too?
We just need someone to climb that tower, Gaffer. It's no big deal. I'd do it myself.
They'd catch you up there, and then I'd have to explain why there's a sparker hanging around Zalicia. Nah, sit tight. Have you seen the balloon in the middle of Zalicia, Stalker? We need someone to climb that tower and tinker with the equipment. I'll tell the tech to contact you when you get there.
There's no need to climb anything. I've already got a lead.
I told you he was a smart cookie, Gaffer.
I know where that lead of his comes from. I can smell the ward a mile away.
Just be careful when you find Squint. He's never been the calm type, and now he's totally gone off the rails. But he's still one of my men, regardless of whatever shit he's gotten himself into. Help him out if you can. And if you can't, bring me the sensors he stole. The ward can't get their hands on those devices. We've still got a mess to clean up.
Ooh, already making me pick a side. I have to pick whether I'm gonna side with the ward or side with the Stalker, with the fucking OG Stalker. I feel like I'm probably gonna go with the Stalkers. We'll do the water tower. Game seems pretty decent. Yeah, it's good. Oh, I picked up those PDAs. Like what? Like, am I supposed to do any? Am I supposed to do anything with these? Or does it, or by like picking it up, does it automatically give you the information? Oh, that's not good.
Either I pay off all my debts, or I gotta leave the lesser zone for good.
Bro, you sound hammered. That's a big ass, that's a full-sized shotgun there, not a sawed-off. What's up, dude?
Thank you, Stalker.
You don't look good. Pay Warlock, you owe him money.
Pay up your debt to Warlock first. He promised me a cut.
Well, I was going to pay him back, honest. Now? Fair enough. That's the right thing to do. Done. I sent the coupons. Both yours and Warlock's.
Okay.
Huh?
Need anything else? No, okay.
Bye.
Come in. I just got money from Valley Clummox. Tell the little shit I said hi. Maybe I'll pour one for him later if you won't be an asshole. Anyway, thank you, Stalker. Out.
Energy drink. Ground. We all love ground sausage. Okay. Check this building over here too. Let's go do the poppy field. Yeah, execute the snurk, yeah. Oh, shit! Oop, wrong button. Clear? Probably should have double checked, but clear. That was a little close. That was a little close. Anything in here?
Come in, HQ. This is North. We spotted a mercenary near the checkpoint whose description matches the APB on that sheet. He's heading east, towards the abandoned construction site. I'm keeping an eye on him, awaiting orders.
Okay. Oh shit. Ooh, rad drug. Hell yeah. Agua. Eat a sausage. Drink Get up here. Left shot. Break the boxes for loot? Really? You talking about these? Other one. Get in there. Why'd you lie to me? I was above it. I mean, I'm gonna be okay because I still ended up finding loot. But it wasn't from those boxes. .45 caliber. What? ACP round. Wonder what's down. I should save. I don't know when the last time it autos. I'm kind of being a little spicy going down. Somebody's gonna be mad. They're gonna be mad. What did I just find? Hold on. I think I just found a... What's this? Bandit jacket. I like how it's literally just a fucking tracksuit. Physical protection. Oh yeah. We're looking like a bandit. I don't see where he went. Okay, I totally missed that last shot. That's me. One more. Got him. One more. Fuck. No, there's another one next to me. What? Where are my fucking shots going? What the fuck? I thought that Nate, I thought that was a leaf. I thought that was a leaf. Yeah. I thought for a second there I did too until I heard it like tink tink and I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you mean sucks to suck? Like you watched me shoot it. You watched me shoot him in the, I shot him in the fucking head. Like, get on it. Let me put on my tracksuit, which somehow gives me more physical protection from than a leather jacket. Ran in on me. Holy shit. I know there's another one. Where are you? Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. We'll back up, we'll back up. I heard that fucking dog. I said, fuck that. We'll get an overlook on him. There's more over there. I think he's dead. I knew you weren't gonna hit that nade. I knew you weren't gonna hit that nade. I thought no fucking shot.
Cover me. I gotta move.
What? Holy shit. Holy shit! Kill a squad and then finish off another one and win the fight? Okay. These slabs redefining trench combat. I know. How many of these motherfuckers have fucking all these motherfuckers trenched out?
Fuck you all waiting for? Find him.
Is there another one? There has to be. Somebody just threw a fucking nade. Where the fuck did you come from? Uh-oh. I think he's dead. I think I got him. I think I hit him with a headshot that last shot. Okay, I think we're clear. That was a fucking scrap, dude. That was a scrap. Put down. Down. Can we get one of man, can we get one of these AKMs that's not broken? How much would it be to repair one of these? Here, I gotta feed the cat. Give me 1 second. Repair range is like 3.5 to 8K. Holy fuck. So it's probably not worth it. Just like, and you guys said I can't sell red, right?
Fuck him up with a grenade.
I came back like at the perfect time.
I'm hiding here.
Why do you keep telling me where you're hiding?
Take him from the side.
Motherfucker's like, I'm hiding here. Where? Right here. I haven't even finished like fucking looting. Unbelievable. How's my inventory looking? I'm like a little over encumbered, but not bad. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. Come over here. What's the white marker? Oh, is that like the base? Oh, it's the place. Okay. Bread and sausage, the zone's most favorite sandwich.
Stalker, come in. If you're heading to the poppy field, stop by for a chat. What are you doing in the poppy field? It's a dangerous place.
Why you been smoking it? Helping a
A stalker named Mitiai asked me to get a family heirloom of his. A religious icon. It should be somewhere out there in the poppy field in a root cellar.
I've seen a root cellar there. But if you want information, you'll have to pay for it. If you're short on coupons, you can work it off. Otherwise, you can look for it on your own. It's not going to be easy, mind you. I scoured the entire field up and down before I came across that cellar. Doubt you'll fare any better. So, what do you say?
Pay for it?
I'd rather keep my coupons. How can I work it off?
I got a
Stalker
job
2 so
from a
far, it's really
merchant
good,
from
man.
Rostock, and I need more guns and ammo.
Mind you...
Look, I marked the bodies in the field that I haven't searched yet. Bring me what I need, and I'll give you the coordinates for the root cellar.
Fine. I'll do it.
Excellent.
Mind
Then
you,
we shake hands, and you don't mention my name anywhere.
your
I marked the
experience will
location of the
vary
bodies.
depending on your hardware setup.
If you start feeling drowsy, slug an energy drink. If you're out of drinks, head right back. And stay away from petals. They can knock you out right away. Good luck.
I don't need to be over encumbering. He's worth 900. going to get.
Finally, I have a moment of peace. No shooting, no running around, no goddamn.
Damn it. I'm so clumsy. Give me a hand here. I think.
Leave the glass with me now.
What?
He'll just break anyway.
I don't understand. I actually don't know, like, cause your guy like shuts his eyes a lot. I don't know, like, when you need, how often you need to drink these or not. Uh-oh. Or is this just like the thing that happened? Like, you like sometimes like wind up places. You're like high as shit. Oh, I can't run. I can probably get myself out of the coffee.
I'm hiding here.
God. Don't mind them.
Still here? Luck, it's dangerous to stay in the poppy field.
Here's what I got from the bodies.
Good. I sent you the coordinates. The root cellar's on the other end of the field. Remember the rules, and you'll make it there, no problem. Speaking of which, I don't much feel like going after that icon, but if you can get it, I'd be willing to buy it off you. How about a trade? Bring me the icon, and I'll give you a gun. A special one. Its former owner must have built it himself. You can't get stuff like this anywhere else in the zone.
Man, that's a hard choice. Damn. Has anybody taken the gun instead? Yeah, tell me what the gun is. Part of me wants to go give it to the guy because it's a religious icon. His mother loved it. It's her family. I'll probably do that one instead. It's an M416 that's in red condition. Yeah, fuck that.
I just hope it all works out somehow. We'll get back home. And our meter.
My offer about the Orthodox icon still stands. Drop by if you're interested.
I'm good. Yeah, I mean, it being in red condition kind of sucks. The gun is really good. It's a really good AR. Oh, it's not reloaded. Okay. Oh no, that's not good. I'm in a lot of trouble. Okay, I think they're gonna fuck off. Okay. What happened, dog? Okay, Poppy Field Stash, open PDA. Okay, so you just pick it up and then it'll mark it like that. Okay, that's cool. So much. Oh, both here. Oh, there's 4 of them. I'm so fucked. How are you still alive? I'd like to know that. Man, these things are way thicker. Way thicker than they've ever been. That's just crazy. Shot. Oh, it's shit. Don't fucking mind if I do. Don't mind if I fucking do. That's a fucking deal right there. Holy shit, that was good loot. That is good loot. Heads up, your stash is next to the store guy. Yeah.
I'm hiding here.
Fuck. I'm so fucked. I'm over encumbered. Probably gonna get God here. I have to kind of run because I can't really see them. Fuck. Serpentine. Alright, be enough distance, hopefully. Never a dull moment. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised like how like jam-packed this one feels in comparison to like like I'm coming from playing the first game, right? And it's crazy to see like how much more action is like going like constantly on like while you're playing this. It's a decent weapon, but you find it later. You don't have 5.56 ammo anyway. Yeah, I know. It's like an investment in the future when you're likely going to end up finding a better version of it anyway. You know what I mean? Like I'm probably going to find one that's in like yellow condition by the time I even find that kind of ammo regularly enough to justify having a weapon like that. Oh shit, I'm real low on meds and stuff. I'll have to pick some up when I hit the box. I got myself into some pretty sticky situations out there, to be honest. I'm an idiot. I saved myself that can of food. I looked off screen for 1 minute, like started auto running forward. Cat was making like a ton of noise in the side of the room. I'm like, what the fuck is over there? Thankfully you can Skyrim pause.
We just can't stop screwing
That's
up.
this guy, right?
There.
Yeah.
Did you want something?
How are we supposed to stay sober knowing
I
that?
found your icon. Here it is.
That's it. Here's your money. I guess I didn't come here for nothing after all. Now I've got something from my old life back. Thanks for the help, Stalker.
Cool. Okay, that's done. That's main quest. That's something else. Okay, cool. Cool. We'll go ahead and do that. Save. Cool, man. So, my initial thoughts so far, it feels like more Stalker, which is likely what a lot of people are really looking forward to. How's it running for you? It's been running all right. I haven't had any problems. I mean, like, frame rate's not super optimal, so, you know, there's that, but, you know, that kind of stuff can kind of get improved over time. I recommend to anybody, like, if you're somebody that's like, you know, if you're somebody that's patient, I would hold off and just wait until the game, you know, gets a few patches, gets a couple updates, and is in a little bit better of a, you know, a little bit better of a condition to be able to play. But outside of that, I had fun playing the game. How long has it taken for you to get where you are today, with the YouTube views and streaming to start to grow? I mean, like, a year and a half, but that's not normal. Like, I got very lucky. Like, very lucky. Incredibly lucky. I mean, there's people that I know that have been making YouTube videos for 5 years and haven't had a single video get over, you know, 1,000 views. Asmongold blessed him. Actually, like, my first few videos that I posted did really well. Like, way before Asmongold ever watched any of my stuff. And the funny thing is that some of my most viewed videos on the channel are videos that he never even watched before. I hit 100,000 views, like, not long ago, and then I had, like, a really big boost about 2 months ago. Wait, no, I had 100,000 views. I had 100,000 subscribers like 2 months ago, and then 2 months later, I jumped to like 200K out of nowhere. It feels pretty good. I'm about 10 hours in and nothing weird or buggy. Yeah, I think in a lot of cases, it's probably going to be more dependent on like how well your system handles it. But it did help. I found you through it. Well, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of people that have found me through Asmongold React videos and stuff like that. But at the same time, like, Asmongold's been watching my videos for like a year now or something like that. Not like super regularly, but like, I mean, lately he's watched me pretty regularly actually, but yeah. You've been following about 6 months? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there was somebody the other day that was like in our Discord that was like asking a bunch of questions, like, you know, about like YouTube and like talking about how they want to like get started, you know, making YouTube videos and stuff like that, because like the job market doesn't look good. And I'm like, I try to tell people all the time, like, if you're getting into if you're getting into making YouTube videos because you want to get views, if you're getting into making YouTube or content because you want to make money, then you're doing it. You're like, it's just not gonna happen. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like I told the person the other day. It's like winning the lottery, basically. It's almost the same odds. It's almost the same odds. And being able to do it for a living is even crazier. Being able to make like super good money doing it is even crazier than that. It just keeps kind of piling on, and it gets even more rare as time goes forward. Especially with like how many people are trying to do it as well. I think people kind of forget about that. money should be a consequence of this kind of format of labor, rather than a final goal. Yeah, I mean, it's not even like the labor, like, cause like I started the YouTube channel as a hobby, like that's all I did, right? It just so happened that like when I got laid off, it was doing well enough that I thought, I'm like, well, I could probably give it a shot and see, how it goes. Because my other option was to quit. Like I would have, like, if I was gonna go back to working and back to traveling, after I got laid off, I wouldn't have been able to make YouTube videos anymore. I just wouldn't have the time to do it anymore, or like the setup or anything like that, because I wouldn't have like all my equipment with me and all that stuff. So. It takes a lot of commitment. I tried streaming and at the beginning it's an uphill battle. Gave it up. Well, it's not an uphill battle, it's literally an impossible one. Like, especially like if people are like, I want to be a streamer, and then they just start streaming. I'm sorry, like that's the dumbest thing you could do, and you have no idea how to, like, what to do. Like, not to be like, not for the folks, not to be offensive to the folks that are out there that are like, I want to be a streamer, and like they think they're trying to make a living off of it, and they're like, I'm just going to start streaming and that's it. Like, you're never going to get anywhere. Like, keep in mind, even Asmongold got started because he was making YouTube videos or some other content first. That's how people found him. Not be offensive, it's funnier. Well, I mean, the funny thing is that like the vast majority of people, that's kind of the route that they go. I'm no different than that, by the way. Like, I bought a webcam, turned on a stream, and was like, here we go, starting my first stream. And I'm like, nobody came to watch. I streamed again, nobody came to watch. It's like, yeah, because nobody's ever going to find you. Like, even like YouTube, especially when it comes to live streams, like even YouTube still aggregates by like viewership, and chances are you're not going to be notified of somebody's like live stream unless you are actually subscribed to their channel in the first place. Like, I do not see live streams for anybody ever within my suggested, unless it's somebody that I've watched before or I'm subscribed to. That's it. So it's just, yeah, like, you have to build value. And then the other thing is too, is I think what a lot of people fail to realize is like, I think that sometimes we have like an idealized vision of ourselves, and I think that a lot of people believe that they can do something, and the world isn't that kind, and it takes a lot of like internal soul seeking, to find out whether or not you're actually somebody that can be entertaining at doing things. Like, I think for like playing games, I'm probably like, I'm fucking horrible when it comes to like playing games on stream. Just because like I'm more of an immersive player, so like for me, I'm just like locked in, like wanting to play the game, and that's it. I'm not like sitting there talking or talking out every single thing that I do, or like trying to act it up all too much or anything like that. I'm much better with like news, commentary, things like that. So I usually try to stay in my lane. That's why usually the streams are only like a few hours of gaming, but mostly talking. It's just what I'm better at and what I have more fun doing. I have much more fun playing games by myself than I do playing games in front of people. It's not even close. I wish there was a feature that lets you browse low viewed streams in a genre you pick. You can, but nobody does it. Yeah, you can, but nobody does it because nobody cares. Like, let's be real. Like, if you see somebody that only has like one viewer, like, so this is the way that I looked at it, right? Where it's like, if I was streaming and it was just me, and then one dude showed up, then it's kind of weird, because then I'm just like trying to like entertain a single person, and that's just, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, I feel like it's a weird exchange between the one person and the person that's actually streaming. And then plus on top of that, the same thing, at the same time, what ends up happening is that like the vast majority of people that are there to like watch content in the first place, the more people that are in a stream, likely the more entertaining the person. Yeah, there's weird tension. Yeah, it's just awkward. It's awkward. Twitch is really crap when it comes to discovery. Everyone I follow is a consequence of finding them on YouTube. Yeah, that's the only way that you can even really do it and it not be weird. You just have to have good convos. You're not special. You don't have to be. No, fuck, I've said that a million times. I'm not special. I take that back. I take that back. No, fuck it. No. I think that you do actually have to have something that's intangible, and it can't just be I'm an average guy playing video games. It won't work. If so, then there would be a million people on the internet that are like far more that are like rich and famous, and they're literally just average people, and that's it. Like at the end of the day, there has to be something quirky, or there has to be something about them that is intangible, that is not an average quality or an average kind of thing for people to really hook onto. I think that like you want to make sure that you're like it's not that you want to make sure. I think that relatability is really important, but you know, as an example, like charisma, like for me, like that's probably like my thing, right? Public speaking, charisma, writing, different perspectives and stuff. Like you have to bring something to the table. You can't just be a dude and that's it, right? Like there has to be something else there. Streaming is about weaponizing your specific brand of autism. True. Yes. Yeah, quite literally. Because like the thing is that like, you know, what's separating people from wanting to watch like your YouTube videos versus somebody else's YouTube videos if it's all about ego flex time? No, I don't think that it's I don't think it's an ego flex. I mean, maybe a little bit, but at the same time, the thing is that like as an example with like YouTube videos and stuff, like I go into like extreme detail on certain things, right? That most people really wouldn't pay attention to. And in a lot of cases, it's like usually like on the business side of things or like, yeah. And there's not a lot of content that's like based around that kind of thing or those kind of perspectives. So like it really does come down to like having some type of something unique, something different. Something unique, something different. You got to do something. But anyway, I'm hungry, man. I'm running low on energy. Stream went longer than I expected. I was planning on being done about an hour ago. I'm gonna get some food in me. I'm gonna chill out. We'll be back on tomorrow. We'll probably play more Stalker after a bunch of other stuff we got to go through. I barely even touched any of the stuff today, so we'll get to that, and then yeah. I'm gonna get some food though. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for the subs, the donos, super chats, all that good stuff. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs as well. People gifted subs today. I really appreciate that stuff. I'm going to get some food. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Cat says peace too.